It's Tuesday, March 25th, 2026 is 6:30. This meeting of the Montpelier City Council is called to order. Before we get down to business, wow, we've got a full room. Welcome everybody for coming. As we tried last time, and we're going to continue to do, before we get down to business, we're just going to take a moment and allow everybody the opportunity to kind of really enter this space and be present with us here. If you'd like, you could join me in putting both of your feet flat on the floor. I find that very helpful. Take a couple of breaths. I think the last thing I said at the last meeting was I am stoked, and it has been a long 2 weeks, and I'm still stoked. So let's take a moment to just breathe in and out. I thought long and hard about what I wanted to open with this week. And eventually, I think we'll open the opportunity to open these meetings up to other people who might like to contribute as well. And then all day I agonized, and at the last minute, I changed my mind. So this is a piece from Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I think it's pertinent to the work that we do and where we are. Do not waste what remains of your life in thoughts about others. Attend to what is before you, following right reason seriously, vigorously, calmly, and without allowing anything else to distract you. As if you could leave life at this very moment, do what is in front of you with precise and genuine seriousness, tenderly, willingly, with justice. And with that, I'll launch us into the meeting. To help us have a welcoming, respectful, and productive meeting, let's begin with a few shared norms. We want to understand who is participating in the discussion, so please display your first and last name if you're joining remotely, and whether you're remote or in person. Whenever you speak, please begin by stating your name and where you live. We want everyone who wishes to speak to have the opportunity, so please keep your comments to the allotted time and when applicable. And when applicable, focus your remarks on the agenda item under discussion. We want our dialogue to remain respectful and constructive, so please focus your comments on policies, decisions, and ideas rather than individuals. And let's keep our thoughts about people's character or intent to ourselves or to some other form. We want the meeting to remain organized and accessible to all, so speakers will need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. And if you do have several questions, please ask them all together. Finally, we want the council to be able to complete the public's business in an orderly way. So the rules of procedure in the agenda packet will guide the meeting and may be applied as needed to keep the meeting moving and ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. Thanks everybody for participating in the democratic process and for helping us create a meeting where everyone can be heard and where the community's business can be conducted respectfully and effectively. And on to item number 3. Yes, Kelly. Oh. Okay. Councilor Sheridan, you're the only one of us not in the room. Can you hear us clearly, and can we hear you clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else? Okay, great, thanks. If there's no objection, the agenda will be approved as presented. Councilor Cohn?
Yeah, thank you. On March 11th meeting minutes, there's some typo. I just emailed. It says, so I checked the package. It does not change. Okay, because I downloaded it, so good. Thank you.
What they do is they don't give you a link. They just download and put it on there. So
okay.
It's not on the packet there with the name change, but it is up online. With
perfect.
Minutes are posted.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Manager Curry.
Mike Miller has requested if the council would consider the DRM contract proposal earlier in the agenda with invited guests.
Does anyone have objection to moving the DRM agenda item earlier in the meeting?
It's okay.
Okay, well, it seems like we've had enough objection and discussion that it shouldn't be unanimous consent. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda? All right, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All, Counselor Sheridan?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Any abstaining? Great, it passes. The agenda is accepted. We'll move on to item 4, general businesses and appearances. Before we open it up to anyone in the room who'd like to speak, I'll just say if your comments are about the sprinkler ordinance or the tax stabilization, those are public hearing items. If you'd like to save them until that portion of the meeting, great. It may be more timely. If you prefer to speak now because you have to go, that's fine, but we won't necessarily recognize all those folks again later in the evening on the same time. All right. Mr. Hughes, would you like to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, good evening, council, and good evening, everybody out here, and including in internet land. Zach Hughes, Montpelier. I rise tonight to pay tribute to a gentleman who worked in this city in 2 different places, Montpelier High School, and he would later become the principal at Union Elementary School. He also did principalship out at Twinfield. His name was Owen Bradley. I had the privilege of having him in class in my sophomore year of high school. He was the coolest guy I had ever seen. Really was. And I just want to pay tribute because he had a knack for delivery. He knew how to present, and he knew what he wanted to do and how to do it. And he was a very dedicated person. So rest in peace and power, Owen. And a little bit later in public comment here, some colleagues of mine from Christchurch will speak. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Yes, please come forward and state your name. I'm sorry, I don't know everyone's names yet. We'll get there.
Hi, thanks. Mark LaRosa. I live in Montpelier, and I'm the board president at the Turtle Island Children's Center, and we've all spoken before. But I know that the country club's not on the agenda tonight, but the process seems to be moving quickly. And I did go to watch a subcommittee meeting this morning, so I just wanted to make some more statements, kind of reiterating some of what was in our letter to you as we move forward. And also, good evening. Thank you for having us here. Turtle Island is functioning, thriving, doing very well up at the site. Everyone's looking forward to spring so we can discover the property in a new way. And we view the creation of the housing at the country club site as a positive development for Montpelier, and we look forward to being part of a larger community as it develops. We do support the creation of affordable housing for the community, the overall community, and we're also supportive of retaining and or creating new recreation opportunities up at the country club site. High quality childcare is a cornerstone of Montpelier's economy, and Turtle Island is the largest childcare center in central Vermont. And we just hope that any potential developer that the city partners with will view our presence on the property as an asset and take into consideration the nature of our program when siting buildings, roadways, and parking areas on the property. Per the meeting that I witnessed today, I can see that you all have a lot to consider about each of these proposals. There's a lot of things going on in the mix. We just want to make sure that our voice is recognized as a tenant up on the property. We were the first group to make a long-term commitment to this ongoing, future of the country club property. And we're now in the first month of a 10-year lease with options to renew at the end of that 10 years. Turtle Island has invested over $500,000 in renovations to the Elks Club building to bring that building up to code for a childcare operation, which there are a lot of rules. So we have a significant stake in ensuring that this new development respects our operational needs, or at least recognizes them in how it develops. Our program follows a nature-based childhood education curriculum with a focus on outdoor activities. And we want to maintain outdoor classroom environments adjacent to the building and an outdoor classroom, and develop a playscape area and playgrounds near the building and the exterior space. We also would like to hopefully maintain, for lack of a better phrasing, an avenue of foot travel from the school building that would allow children and teachers to pass through undeveloped green space to access the other natural parts of the property. We do want to ensure that potential developers are aware of the nature of our program and also the terms of our lease. Our lease stipulates that the half-acre gravel parking lot to the south of the Elks Club building is reserved for Turtle Island's exclusive use. And we do have plans to develop that with play space, playground. I know we had talked to the city about grassing over. I think that was part of the watershed. So we don't know the full details of that, but we have plans for that. We support the preservation of green space around the Elks Club building and additional green space throughout the overall property for not just for us, for everybody. We certainly would be open to conversations about partnering or mutually beneficial developments, shared playgrounds, things like that. So if those ideas come up during the process, please consider us, open-minded. We support the siting of high-density development further back on the property away from where the current soccer fields and the school are. We saw two very different sets of plans, I think, from the 4 developers. And we support a safe, low-traffic perimeter around the Elks Club building for the kids going into the property, our kids, anybody who uses the property. So I also just want to thank all of you for all the hard work that was done last year when we needed support to move onto this property, keep our program running. Working with the city it felt like a true public-private partnership where everybody's interests came together. And so we really appreciate that. And I do believe that we'll go forward with this process with that same spirit. And just to close, we will be happy at Turtle Island to meet with you, the city councilors, the subcommittee, any developers, other city leaders, city planners, as needed if you'd like to talk to us about how it goes forward. And I timed that perfectly.
Thank you.
Well done. Prepared statement. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LaRose. Lee, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lee Wilczek. I live in Montpelier, and I'm here to thank you all for taking the time and consideration to review my application to join Mr. Sheridan with the Homeless Committee. And that's basically all I wanted to do. I'm very excited to be part of it. I do have a little bit of a background in working with the community churches and doing the lunches and having an opportunity to sit down and speak with these people and listen to them and listen to their stories. So it kind of set my mind abuzz on the possibilities, where to begin and what to do. But I'm optimistic. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
It's a good follow-up to what previous person said. I'm Deb Gerard, and I'm representing Christ Episcopal Church. And
I'm Dave Simpson, also representing Christ Episcopal Church.
And Elizabeth Parker, I believe, is on Zoom. So last fall, we allowed the homeless encampment on our church property. And thank you very much for the financial support that the city gave us. We were able to put up some porta potties and have better lighting and some cameras and buy food. But we will not be allowing that this year. And there were many problems with the site there. We only had 2 or 3 people, volunteers from the church, that were there pretty much every day, giving a little bit of breakfast in the morning, some coffee, and kind of monitoring a little bit. But that's not enough for this population. The parking lot became a gathering place. It became a place where these people, sometimes were violent. There were, and I'm going to go through the problems with it. I'm not saying they're insurmountable, but this is what we experienced. There were drug deals and substance use going on in the parking lot. We did have to exit people. We worked with the local police force. Thank you very much. Trying to control the situation. Basically, it was just a bit too much for our aging, declining church population. The trash was an issue, and when we went to do cleanup at the end of the time period, it took a couple days to take everything down, clean the area up. There's still belongings and some trash around from that time. There were complaints from our neighbors because as a gathering place, these people sometimes got very loud and had fights. And on either side of us, Julio's and the Capitol Plaza Hotel had complaints from their clients and their people that were at those places of business. There were needles noted in the porta potties. We did have to get sharps containers. So basically, this is a population that needs a lot of supervision that we were just not able to give. And Elizabeth, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that. She's gone. And thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to note that we actually had in essence two populations. We had the population who were staying on the property, some of whom we did have issues with noise. Then we had people who were not staying on the property who were coming by and selling drugs and causing some distress. I think.
Right, let me interrupt you for 1 second. I think we know who you are in the room, but would you please just
Oh,
identify
I'm so
for the record?
sorry. I'm so sorry. Elizabeth Parker, Montpelier.
Thank you.
A member of Christ Church. So we fortunately had already put up cameras, and I was able to supervise using the cameras because we had audio as well. There wasn't a night that I didn't go down in the middle of the night because some person under the influence was coming in and making a disturbance. So I don't mean to be negative. I think a lot of positive things happened, and I think we need to talk about those. We did, a lot of people did go into rehab. People did engage with therapy again, get back on medication, stabilize themselves. That was the group who were actually living in the parking lot. And so I guess that, this is a twofold, for me, a twofold comment that we're making tonight. One is that something must be done, that the time where people are going to be exited from the hotels is coming. Unfortunately, as Deb said, we just don't have the capacity to do anything this year. And it was interesting. We had a parish meeting, and we were talking about some of our laments, and someone said it's too bad that we can't house the unsheltered this year. So I thought that was really, very telling of the heart of the community. So what we're saying basically is that we have a lot of people who grew up in Barre and Montpelier who are living out, and that this is something that really needs to be addressed for the summer because it's going to be an issue. The advantage of having people at Christ Church was that it was a central location. It was easily accessible by the police. One of the challenges was what people did during the daytime when they would choose to indulge in their addiction. And that became a real challenge for the downtown businesses. I attended many meetings. and there's very little way around that challenge. So anyway, I leave it in your hands. It's a big issue, and I just finally want to say thank you so much for facilitating the extreme cold weather shelter this year in the basement of the of City Hall. It was amazing that came together, and that so many people were served in such terrible conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parker. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you for the important work. Councilor Sheridan, because you are liaison to the Homelessness Committee and we've just had two folks speak, is there anything that you want to add at this time before we continue with general business?
Well, just obviously excited to have Lee want to join us. We're not the most glamorous committee that the city has, but very, very good to hear that, you know, she enthusiastic about it and has a connection with the school. So I hope we can absolutely put her on the committee tonight. And thank you, Lee, for coming by and speaking to us. Look forward to seeing you in the meeting.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Thomas Moore, Prospect Street in Montpelier. I know a couple months ago, I think we had a city council meeting here and we were discussing about charging for city services for events like protesting. I think everybody remembers we had the toy run people that were here saying that, of course, they don't have money to pay for that, and other smaller organizations that couldn't pay for it. Not trying to pick on one organization or another, but the thing that we're having this weekend is going to be a big one. And this is the third one. And they do use a lot of our services. Like the toy run and the other ones, they're only once a year. This is going to be 3 times this year, this big. Do we still waive these big ones like that, and one organization having 3-4 rallies or whatever get free services, or should it be they get one free one, and then if you're 2, 3, 4 big rallies, you got to start paying up, because it does cost us a lot of money with our services, fire, police, and public works. You know, we just went through a budget, you know, trying to find money for payroll and everything. These things do cost us a lot of money. So I don't know how you want to look at it. Do they still get as many protests as they want free like that? I'm asking. How do you want to handle it?
Is that the extent of your comments? We're not prepared to engage in back and forth on these things, but
I know, but
what I would say is that I believe it was the will of the previous council that we suspend charging.
Right.
It is also a cost to the city, and I'm sure that topic will reemerge again and again over time, and we'll continue to revisit it over time.
Right, but if they wanted to have 3 toy runs in 1 year, I think the city would be pretty upset with that group, because of the motorcycles that come in, and then they'd probably want to charge them for services. But I'm just saying, do you get 1? Do you get 2 freebies? I mean,
I think you
got to look at it.
It's a good perspective, and I think we've got to reflect it in the notes.
You 1 free cup of coffee. You don't get 2, 3, 4 of them. You know? Huh?
Yeah,
I know, but the store won't give you 4 of them or 3 of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore, for your comments. Thank you. We appreciate that. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak at this time? Mr. Whitaker.
Steve Whitaker, Montpelier. Mayor Gwynn, City Manager Curry. I want to talk about what happened last week. National Sunshine Week runs March 15th through the 21st. It exists to celebrate open government and press freedom. It's the 1 week a year when the principle that government must operate transparently is given explicit national recognition. During Sunshine Week, this new administration convened a special noon council meeting, not a regular Wednesday night, where your constituents could attend, to ratify a contract from last October that is the subject of active open litigation over open meeting law. The agenda for that meeting noticed 2 statutory bases for the executive session you then held. Your attorney interrupted the motion to add a 3rd basis that was not on the noticed agenda. A legal intern whose presence was never identified, named as needed, or justified attended the closed session. The mayor, who had told his colleagues he would not break a tie, cast the deciding vote, specifically to reach a 2/3 threshold whose legal basis was never explained in open session. I served 4 open meeting law violations against this council in the 36 hours that followed. 5 including the Country Club Road executive session. During Sunshine Week, Mayor Gwynn, you've spoken about fresh starts, elevated dialogue, reduced conflicts. Councilor Donald J. Doyle has echoed that. I do doubt the sincerity of those words, but words and institutional behavior are 2 different things. And right now, they're moving in opposite directions. I submitted a substantial background papers to the city manager as she arrived. A constructive offering on leadership structure, TIF district design, Country Club Road sequencing. I've appeared at planning commission meetings, city council meetings with factual analysis. I filed litigation that's carefully grounded in documented violations. I've been persistent because the violations have been persistent. What I got back was Sunshine Week ratification of a defective contract, 5 open meeting violations in 36 hours, continuing attempt to keep Mike Miller as Montpelier's sole voice on the Regional Planning Commission, despite the council's own direction that those positions be advertised. And the city manager didn't advertise them. It advertised all the other positions except the one you directed her specifically to do, which was the Regional Planning Commission and the TAC. Somehow that advertisement went out for every except those 2. That's not a fresh start. That is the Fraser era with better rhetoric. I'm telling you tonight on the public record that the trajectory is going to get worse before it gets better if the council doesn't change course. The litigation is proceeding. Discovery served. 3rd amended complaint adds a short charter avoidance claim that does not bend to ratification. The federal CDBG-DR application has been challenged before HUD. They called me back this week. The Planning Commission's unauthorized developer recommendation letter is the subject of a records request. You have an opportunity tonight to begin to do things differently, not by conceding the litigation. I understand that's not on the table, but by stopping the accumulation of new violations, by directing the city manager to advertise the RPC and TAC positions as the council previously directed, by ensuring that CCR developer selection does not advance further until the foundational planning work this city has never done is completed. The choice of whether this gets harder or easier is still in your hands. I'm asking you to make the right one.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker, for your comments. Many of the things that you brought up are on the agenda tonight, and we will discuss them in due course. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Okay, we're going to Mr. Kelman.
Peter Kelman, Montpelier, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Well, Steve Whitaker raised some issues that I was going to raise myself a little differently. The first is that I know that some of these are on the agenda, item 12, the CVRPC. So I'll hold off on that right now. But let me just say, this has to do with minutes. And I know that under Robert's rules, et cetera, minutes can be very spare and just record the motions. But if they are, and I appreciate the city John Odom's attempt to have these be a little more descriptive, but the minutes that I read that you're going to be approving later, I think the next item, some of them are they're bewildering. I was away and I missed the February 11th meeting. I didn't go to the March 11th meeting. I did go to the March 18th special meeting for a while, but I was not there for the whole time. And I'm reading the minutes, and I can't figure out what happened. And I think that if these minutes are supposed to communicate a little bit of, clearly to the public, two things I would urge you to do. One is, if motions are made, those should be repeated by the mayor or as a presiding officer, or ask the person who made it to repeat them. And so that we really have it stated clearly. If people want to make amendments, they need to make amendments according to Robert's Rules of Order, and it needs to go back to the person who made the original motion. There was something in the February 11th meetings that said it passed unanimously, and then it was rescinded unanimously, and it didn't say what the it was that was passed and so forth. And then there was a third motion made, which by Sal Alfano, and it wasn't clear to me what that motion was, but it seemed to be related to the previous motions that had been made. Now, all of this, I think, has to do with the open meeting complaint that Steve Whitaker was referring to. You're going to take up in items 15 through 18. But I would just say, when all of this is over, when the lawsuits are over, when it would be really great for somebody to explain to the public what actually happened, why it happened, and hopefully how we're going to fix it. Because I don't know, Councilor Cohen said, I couldn't make out what was going on, but she said there were some typos in the March 11th minute. There were more than typos. I mean, and I don't know which typo she's referring to, and I didn't plan to actually make corrections, but the minutes for those three meetings are obscure. And I don't think it's John's fault that they're obscure. I think it must have been something's going on there that anyone who wasn't there, and even someone who was there, might not recognize. So I'd urge you to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelman. Mr. Odom, do you have comments back to that?
Sure. And the motion was passed and then rescinded. That was in the same sentence. So the same subject was shared. It was the motion that had passed that was then unanimously rescinded. As far as the minutes themselves, many years ago, I received advice from a municipal attorney, which I agree with, to stick with action minutes. And I do that. Action minutes, well, as I probably don't have to. I completely agree with you on the need to follow Robert's rules, which is why I did a presentation on it, which covered a lot of what you were already concerned about last meeting. I appreciate your frustration with the way I do minutes. They're probably not going to change, because they haven't changed in 14 years. So I will do my best to arrange what I write, perhaps a little more. Well, I don't want to break up the order, the things that were sequential, but maybe I can split compact sentences out into multiple sentences, but fundamentally they're not going to change.
Thank you, Mr. Odom. Mr. Kelman, I'd like to say that, I mean, what I heard you say was that when we're making motions, that we really could stand to have more clarity to repeat what those motions are before we vote on them. I hear that. And if we're making amendments, that we should try to do them. I guess that's my time. I'd like to thank the Academy. And in all seriousness, though, this is something that we also recognize internally. We're working on better clarity, tightening up the meeting process. Appreciate your input and would appreciate continued feedback as we get it right or wrong going forward. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else? Mr. Bellini.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Bellini, and I live in Montpelier. I had a couple of quick questions. I regularly drive on Berlin Street, and I noticed it has extensive road damage, and it looks like it has road damage caused by heavy trucks. And yet I've never seen a heavy truck go up or down that road. So I'm kind of wondering, how did it get such big ruts in it? And I'm wondering where it is on the playlist this year, because I was satisfied with a lot of work that got done by Public Works last year. And so if somebody could shed some light on that. Number two, it's a question for Blue Moon Odom. I'm watching the stuff play out at the national level about voter ID. I hope we're going to get out in front of what might be difficult legislation or directives or wishful thinking on the federal level, and that we have a plan just in case we need it that isn't going to encumber anyone in the city from voting as easily as we have been able to for the last 40 something years. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bellini. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to say something? All right, seeing no one and no one else in the room, that is the end of general businesses and appearances. So before we move on to our next item, which is the first one that I'd like to talk just for a moment about the idea of tightening up our process. And this goes back a bit to Mr. Odom's presentation from about Robert's rules from last week. What I think we're doing here is we'll state the agenda item. We'll state what it is we're trying to accomplish or what we're not trying to accomplish. We'll have a brief moment for clarifying questions if there are any. But the goal of that is not to deliberate, to debate, or to come to any decision. At that point, we're just trying to get to the motion. Once we have a motion in a second, then we will open discussion. That's the time for us to state our opinion on the thing, to try to persuade other counselors, have debate and discussion, and then we will vote. So if we could, let's try our hand at this tightened up thing with item number 5, the Women's History Month agenda. What we were trying to do here is to adopt a resolution. The language was proposed. There was feedback and extra contributions added to it. And is there anyone that would like to read this thing aloud to us before we open up for questions? Is there a need to do that? Are there any clarifying questions? Is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to approve the resolution of the Women's History Month.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution on Women's History Month. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, would all in favor, sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Sheridan, you don't have any discussion either, do you? I'm just checking it with you because you're not in the room. It's hard for me to keep tabs on you. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Great. Any opposed? Any abstaining? The motion passes unanimously. That was nice and tight. I thought that was great. Good job, everyone. All right, and now I think we can do this by unanimous consent, unless anyone wants to pull something off of the consent agenda, or if there is any objection, the consent agenda will be approved with unanimous consent. Listening for objection. And hearing none, the consent agenda is approved with unanimous consent. All right. Wow, we're sailing right through. Number 7, a presentation from the Foundation for Resilient Montpelier. Mr. Copans and Mr. Casella.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gwynn and Council. My name is John Copans. I'm the executive director of a new organization, Foundation for Resilient Montpelier, and we're here to give a little bit of an update on that new organization. I'm going to turn it over actually first to Paul Costello, who's a member of the board. But just before I do that, I just want to thank you all for your service to our city. You have a hard job and in many ways a thankless job, and we're nothing without folks like you stepping forward to come out every 2 weeks to one of these meetings and to do all the work that you do between meetings. So just some appreciation for the work you do. Now, let me turn it over to Paul to talk a little bit about an origin story for that foundation.
I was going to say what John said.
Excellent.
You still can. Well, I want to congratulate the mayor. I want to congratulate Kelly Curry, our new city manager, and thank each of you for the hard work that you put in. It's really hard and it means so much. And I deeply appreciate the leadership you provide for the community as a whole, with all the different interests in the community. It's an incredibly important work. So thank you. I was elected to the board of the Montpelier Foundation years ago, which was started through the city with leadership from Paul Giuliani and Bill Cody in 1994. The idea was to have an agency outside of city government that could raise money, could manage money, could contribute to public works and sort of long-term infrastructure projects, statues or bridges and walkways or signposts or whatever could really benefit the community. And it was always a small fund. People contributed to it over time, and it did a lot of good, spending maybe $10,000 a year for many years. It also ended up being ultimately a nonprofit. We shifted over to be a fully fledged nonprofit in 2018 with 501c3 status that could, if a group in town was going to develop funding for something like the tree board, and they were able to access grant funds to plant more trees in town, they could apply it independently and money could fund through us and we would distribute it back to them as they needed it. So we did that with several things, including the farmers market and other groups. So in some ways we have the capacity to raise funds for common good of the citizens of Montpelier, and also to serve as a bit of a community chest for the town as it looks at its needs and grows forward. Completely independent from city government, we've been doing this work for years. When the 2023 flood happened, we observed the decimation of the downtown. We immediately went into gear and we had an immediate discussion with Montpelier Alive about what we could do and whether we could do it together rather than independently. And we, within 2 days, framed a campaign, which probably within a couple more days, we said we're going to raise $2 million to give directly to businesses downtown, to not knowing that that's not enough to make good their incredible losses, but it would be a shot in the arm from the community and from all the parties we could rally together to tell them how much, show them some love, tell them how important they were, tell them that the people of the city were behind them, and to encourage them to take courage, do the investment necessary. And while everyone's out there cleaning and working together as a community, we were also pitching in financially to support their benefit. We also recognized there was a big vacuum in terms of information, and people were very nervous about what was going on, who was doing what, who's in charge. And we never put ourselves out to be in charge, but we had discussions with city councilors and others who said, someone needs to run a conversation on this. And so we catalyzed a conversation. We framed a document that showed a deep way of public engagement over a 6-week period with meetings at the State House, meetings up at the college, and meetings in the high school that brought together 1,000 people. We did the meetings with partnership from the city and from Montpelier Alive, and we ran them as neutral facilitators to bring everyone's ideas to the table, put ideas up on the wall, and ultimately prioritize things that were most important to the people of the city. clearly in that time, there was a major agenda way beyond any one organization and way beyond the capacity of the city to handle, especially when you look at it in the short-term crisis period. But one of the fundamental things that people kept talking about was the need for a commission that would provide leadership and help carry forward and catalyze some of the projects and ideas that came from the community. And so we recognized with the city manager and city council members in agreeing and with Montpelier Alive's partnership that we needed to build a commission for a resilient future of the community. And we pulled together with the three organizations a process to identify people in the community to be on this commission. We committed together to work to raise $300,000 to manage the commission for a 2-year window to do the work that was necessary. That 2-year window ended recently. We've been, and John will tell you some of the projects of the Resilience Commission. But as a organization, the Montpelier Foundation has been partnering and standing behind the work, but not directly involved particularly. And as the period of the resilience funding came to an end, there was a big question of what was the future. And we determined that ultimately we stood behind the resilience mission on the foundation. And the foundation structure was one that could adapt to both serve its historic functions as a grantor, potentially a foundation for the future of resilience work, but also an engagement group that could do work like we'd done in the wake of the flood to ask big public questions of the community and help rally resources, including people, to help move projects forward for the common good. We're a community group, essentially, acting in this way in service to the community and in great respect to the leadership of the legal government of the city that makes the decisions that drive public policy in the city. But we want to be partners and friends and be useful to you and to the people that we all serve together as a team. So, John, I hope I covered most of my part. That's great. And you'll tell us some of the projects of the Resilience Commission that are.
And I know I should be quick in doing that.
So just before you get into the specifics of the projects, I realized I probably could have teed up the conversation just a little bit better. You know, thanking you both for your leadership and the work that you do. As a side note, I think it's important to point out that prior to the flood, Councillor Doyle, not Councillor Doyle at the time, but Mr. Doyle at the time, was part of the Montpelier Foundation. Both he and I served on the Commission for Recovery and Resilience. And for me, that experience was transformational. And as you lead us and take us into this next chapter of the foundation and the Commission's continued work, I believe Councillor Doyle is remaining as part of it. And I have formally separated my involvement from it just so that I can focus on this. And having said that, I do think it's important that there will be partnership between the two bodies, and we're grateful for your leadership and for your work. And so with that, I'll let you get into specifics. Thanks for letting me interrupt. Go ahead, Mr. Kopans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will say, we're very sorry to lose you in that capacity. Like, you have served with incredible dedication in terms of your time on the commission, but understand that you have a larger role to play at this point. So I just want to quickly run through some of our projects. Most of these I think you've heard about, and I'm definitely sensitive to the fact that you've got more business to cover. And these are projects that really we're carrying forward. We actually had a great event that was sort of a capstone event for the commission back in October, and we did a final report, which I think you've all seen electronically, but that gives a nice summation for the commission's work. What I'm gonna just describe is some of the work that carries forward under this new organization called Foundation for Resilient Montpelier. We've talked a little bit about Montpelier NeighborNet. In fact, we have folks on the council who are involved with it. The idea there is really having hyper-local organizations that come together for social connections and emergency preparedness, and really just like building cohesion in neighborhoods. You know, on one hand, Montpelier is a really small place as a town of 8,000, but the truth is we have this ability to really connect with our neighbors, and we think that's important for the resilience of the community. So right now, Montpelier NeighborNet is a project that we are supporting as sort of a backbone, but it's really made up of volunteers in the community who step forward to be local coordinators. And at this point, we've got 26 local NeighborNets organized. Our goal is to get to about 100 if we want to cover the city in its entirety. My encouragement to you is I think, you know, as you think about how to represent your district, I actually think you can think about having NeighborNets as a way for you to convene and connect with your districts. And so any encouragement you can provide to active neighbors about helping to form a local NeighborNet is deeply appreciated. So that's one project that we're going to continue to support with the foundation. Another project to report on, and this is one where we've really handed this off to a large degree, is that Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission and Friends of the Winooski River are now convening something called the Winooski Flood Resilience Collaborative. And that is the goal of really bringing together all of the municipalities that make up the Winooski watershed, because the truth is none of us are going to solve flooding on our own. We really need to work in collaboration with communities across the watershed to do that. And so huge kudos to CVRPC and to Friends of the Winooski for taking that on. There was a big grant application to the state for CDBG DR funds that was successful, and that is funding a couple of years of that work. And so we will participate as a partner in that, but it's great to have another entity leading that work. Another project that we're actually working directly with the city on is the River's Edge Master Plan. This is something we've talked with you all about at a few different intersections when the commission came before you. With the city and with your approval, we applied successfully for a municipal planning grant to support that effort. And that we're working with Planning Director Mike Miller on that project. That is a process that we're looking forward to kicking off in 2026. And really we'll ask for your help in really building public participation in that process. The idea is to really re-envision how we interface with as a community with our river's edge. That's both about flood resilience, but it's also about economic opportunity. It's about recreation. We can turn and embrace and face the river and do that in a different way. And this planning process is really, we hope it'll be a spark for that to happen. Two other quick things to mention. One is, as Paul mentioned, we are continuing in this legacy role of the Montpelier Foundation, which is as a grant-making organization. And in fact, earlier this week, we announced that we've opened a grant round for small applications of probably in the range to $1,000 to $5,000 for bricks and mortar projects that benefit Montpelier. The deadline for those applications, it's a really simple application process. We have a total of $10,000 to distribute, and the deadline for that is April 30th. Again, you all probably know some organizations or entities that might have a bricks and mortar project in Montpelier that could be suitable for that grant. So please help us spread the word. This is really the first time that we're doing it as a more formal competitive grant round. And so we're really hoping to gin up some interest for that project.
How can people apply?
We've got information on our website. And in fact, our URL, we're retaining just because it's simple. The URL that is montpelierfoundation.org. You will see right at the top, there's a grants tab right up there. I'll also be sure to follow up with the city manager with a press release that went out about that, so that gets to all of you as well.
Thank you.
Paul mentioned one of our, the work of the commission was really fueled in large part by the convenings that happened soon after the flood. Ultimately, it was the public's input about our direction as a city and their support for that over the course of the last 2+ years that was the fuel that really helped the commission in terms of carrying forward that work. And so I think part of what we know as Foundation for a Resilient Montpelier is staying in touch with the community is going to be really important. So we're in fact going to host a first convening. We've set a date, which is April 30th, which happens to be the same day that the grants are due. And that is a Thursday evening right at the end of April. And so that's just a little save the date note for you all and for the community at large that we'll have a first convening. It's probably going to be 6 to 8 p.m. plus or minus, probably up at Vermont College, but details are going to follow. For now. Just save the date on that. I've saved the best for last, which is our former post office and federal building at 87 State Street. First, let me say at the outset, there is no intention, nor was there ever, for the city to be an owner of that building. I think there was a WCAX story, honestly, that just got it fundamentally wrong yesterday. And so I know the city has heard a little bit about that, but we have been clear from the get-go that there is no intention or effort for the city to own that building. We know that's really not on the table. The news that has come out is that, and this is not really a surprise, it's certainly a disappointment, but ultimately the negotiation that was led by the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, right? The state of Vermont stepped in to negotiate with the federal government in the form of GSA around the potential purchase of that building. And ultimately those negotiations, that's a misnomer. They were not negotiations. Ultimately, GSA gave us a price, $2.4 million. And they said, you know what, take it or leave it. This is an as is, where is sale. Not only that, but we're not going to let you do any sort of physical investigation or inspection of the building. Right. So nobody in good conscience is going to say yes to that. So ultimately, those quote unquote negotiations come to a close at this point, which means that GSA is on a track to put the building up for public auction. And when I say we, I mean the Foundation for a Resilient Montpelier continues to believe that we should stay engaged in this process. And the way that we're doing that at this point is we are in the process of forming or trying to form something called a local development corporation. This is something that is defined in Vermont statute as a local entity that is formed expressly for the purpose of local economic development and often for the purpose of owning property. And there are two advantages to a local development corporation. One is they carry the liability and they have certain protections in terms of environmental contamination, which is certainly a concern with this property. But the second advantage is they have some access to some financing as well. And so we're in the process of the formation of a local development corporation. And then second, I would say we are in conversation. There is a program that's run by the Department of Economic Development that in fact is designed to support regional development corporations and local development corporations when they are interested in transforming a property for the benefit of the community. And we're in the process of working with our legislative delegation and partners specifically to raise some funds for properties that have been impacted by the federal government. And there's no better case study than 87 State Street. So we are continuing to do that work, continuing to keep the city apprised about that work. But again, to reemphasize, there has never been, nor is there any intention for the city to take ownership of the property. That's never really been on the table.
John, can you explain to folks why the foundation is even involved in trying to do this and what the end goal would be?
Yeah, thank you. I get going too fast and we lose the big picture. Look, it's almost self-evident, but that piece of property, it's 1.6 acres. It is sort of almost equidistant from State and Main Street and the Capitol complex. The future of our downtown hinges on properties like that being active and contributing to our city, right? You talk to businesses and what they lament is a lack of foot traffic. There used to be, hundreds probably of federal employees working in that building, right? So that's a prime motivation for us. Let's put that building back to work for the city of Montpelier. And the other piece is, and this is some of the analysis that we've done, is ultimately we see a real opportunity for housing on the back part of that. Somewhere around 70, 80 units of housing could fit on that back parcel. And again, not only does that help with our housing market overall, but we're talking about people living right in our downtown, supporting our downtown businesses. And so those are really, for us, it's why we are in this conversation. We ultimately feel like it is imperative that Montpelier as a community be a part of trying to define the future. What nobody wants is for that building to sit stagnant. To be clear, it's going to be empty for a while. I don't want to get people too excited, right? This is like a marathon, not a sprint in terms of redeveloping, but like what feels imperative is that we have a presence in those conversations as a community. And for Foundation for a Resilient Montpelier, it's a sense of responsibility and a sense of possibility that really drives this. I guess the other thing I would mention is like, we have not just been sitting on our hands over the course of the last 9 months during this negotiation. We have actively used that time to do due diligence and really figure out what's possible with the property and to try to better understand what the contamination issues are, what the potential costs are for that, what potential costs are in terms of resilience. So when it comes to a public auction, the body of public knowledge about what is possible with that property is much greater. Imagine a scenario. They announced in December of 2024 that they were going to dispose of the building. Just take a moment to imagine a scenario where the state did not raise its hand to say they wanted to participate in this negotiated sale. This thing would have gone to auction 9 months ago, and no one would have known that it's actually got a severe issue with PCB contamination, right? So we would have had a potential buyer flying blind, taking ownership of the building. Who knows if they would have had the wherewithal? That information is now in the sunlight. And we think that's really critical in terms of, it's possible that the local development corporation takes ownership of this building, but it's also possible that there's a private buyer out there with the wherewithal to do it. But they should go in eyes wide open about what the issues are with the property. So I think I bet there's questions. I'm going to turn it over to Paul maybe to give us a little bit of some closing thoughts.
I just want to hand it to you, John, for the leadership. As a board, Montpelier Foundation has never had staff. We have been inspired by the work of the Resilience Commission. They basically together added up the priorities that came from 1,000 Montpelier residents. And together we raised the money from some of the lead businesses in town to support John's salary for 2 years to make this happen. And now we're determined that as a catalyst, this work is essential to the future. When we think with our resilience lens about that State Street property, we're not just thinking we're going to build a hole in the ground the way with flood capacity and all the problems that our downtown has suffered to. We have to model a resilient future. And that is part of the municipal plan. The other thing that has come from this is the fact that the entire watershed is working in unity. It wasn't because people randomly decided to do that. It's because people like John and that team formed the commitment to invite people together. And sometimes it's the invitation that's the most powerful thing. And now there's a team that's working and they're looking parcel to parcel within their communities at where we can hold water, where we can work together to minimize the greatest effects of the next floods. And that's going to be the work of a generation. So hand it to you and to the whole board. The last thing I'd say is we're not interested in politics on the board. We're a nonpartisan group. We don't have any particular ideology except our love for the city of Montpelier. And so we'd love to learn from you and be useful to you as time goes on, and would love your communications over time. But as we bring the community together in April, we're going to be listening hard to what has been left undone since the flood. What are some of the gaps in the work? What's some of the great stuff that's been accomplished, not necessarily by the city? In a democracy, everyone votes with their feet to make a better community for themselves. And that's our responsibility here. We want to help catalyze that. We want to celebrate the work that the homelessness task force has done, that the housing people have been doing. The fact that this is an engaged community of people who are on the line for the best possible future. And we want to celebrate. We want to build a feeling of positive momentum in how we work in unity to do good work for the city. So in line with all that, again, it's a great honor to be able to see you and to be in service in partnership.
Well, Paul, John, thank you so much. I can't listen to you without feeling inspired. It seems to happen every single time. I know are you available to take some questions? I do think you summed it up nicely. The one thing that we all share is a love for Montpelier, for our city in this room and at the foundation. And I think everybody, I mean, anybody who shows up to these meetings, we all share that. So thank you very much for your leadership on that. Are there questions, Manager Curry?
Yeah. So in my meeting with John to understand, what the work of the commission was and how that's being retired in the future, looking more for the foundation and understanding everything that they have ahead. We have discussed whether the city would want my participation on the LDC as they advance on this project. I said that I would need to more fully articulate the role, understand what that commitment is, the time-bound nature of it, look forward to any potential conflicts of interest between city decision-making, what the LDC might want to do in order to articulate all of that to you all. So I know that they're trying to put their membership together in the next 60 days, it sounds like. And so there will be a forthcoming proposal for your consideration to determine if that participation aligns well with the goals and the city planning. I want to do all.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions? Councilor Alfano.
That's one question I had, but that's in the works, and I look forward to seeing what you come up with. I was very happy when the state stepped in and said, yeah, signed off on that letter of interest. I'm a little disappointed in the outcome, but I'm encouraged by the efforts you've just described. I wonder what the state, has the state now stepped away? Or
No.
are so they're still engaged too.
They are certainly still engaged.
Yeah.
In particular, we're seeking an appropriation, and ultimately that's a program run by the state.
Yeah.
They've been actually a great partner in that conversation.
Oh, good to hear.
And just to acknowledge our hometown Secretary of the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, Lindsay Purley, really actively played this role on behalf of the state in terms of negotiation with GSA. They did not have to do that at that moment, and it was hugely valuable, I think, collectively, that they did step in that way. So really appreciate the work that they've already done.
Well, I wish you all success with it. I mean, I think it's a really critical development in the heart of our downtown. I hope it comes to pass and soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gill.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Good to see you. I asked John this while we were getting our slice of the pizza for tonight, so I figured I'd ask it again. Small town living at its best. So I'm curious, I have visions of what that property will look like. It could be so, such a beautiful place in our downtown. So is your group are you all taking a proactive approach to, I don't know, like a marketing, a communications campaign? I'm thinking in my head to outreach to potential developers since it's going to auction. What does that plan look like? And is there anything the city can do to support that? What would that look like? Because I want to make sure we attract the right people to build a beautiful place for us. That's what it comes to.
Absolutely. We have some frustrations with GSA in terms of the negotiation process and how they're accounting for contamination. But on this point, they've actually indicated a partnership with us, which is that there will sort of be an information packet that goes along with the auction process. And they've asked for our collaboration in that. They've also asked for a local point of contact for potential bidders to engage. And when we think about the function of an LDC, it's not necessarily limited to taking ownership of the property. They very well could be a partner to a private entity. There are real advantages, particularly when it comes to brownfield funds to clean up contamination, to having something like an LDC, but there's nothing saying that maybe there's a private entity that shares the vision, wants to buy the property, but wants to partner with that LDC to get things done. Thanks for asking.
Great. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for coming. Thank you very, very much. All right, we are on to our next item, the sprinkler ordinance amendment. This is the first reading and the first public hearing.
Do you want to move up the DRM?
Oh, no, I had forgotten about that. without any objection, I'd say let's go ahead and move that up. So this is item number 14. We're going to go ahead and bump it up. Mr. Miller, you want to tee that up for us?
Mike Miller, Planning Director for the city. So we have brought up for consideration the approval of a contract with Down Drackland Martin, DRM, to assist in the creation of a development agreement for the Country Club Road process. So the subcommittee has been working with White and Burke to continue to advance the RFP process. And as it's becoming more and more evident, we're going to reach a point where we're going to be starting to have to we'll make a decision on picking a developer, and then we're going to start to need to have some very expert opinion, legal opinions. And so in order to complete the process of the development agreement with our selected development partner, the city will require specialized legal training, legal guidance. There are a number of attorneys with this training and background, and there are a limited number of attorneys who do this, but we sought to get a wide range of bids as possible. White and Burke went through, Brian did the work of going through and contacting 7 different attorneys who do this work, and Craig Miskovich was from DRM was the only one who was available and had the window of time to be able to work with us. So we wanted to bring this to the council to get approval to have a contract with DRM to go and provide those legal services to you as you start moving forward in that process. But we want to get that contract in place now. So we invited Craig to be here, so we didn't want him sitting here all night. If you have specific questions for him, we'd love to have him get to answer those questions.
Manager Curry.
Thank you. So you have the proposal that was in the packet, and then I just want to point out I left a memo from Brian at Pine at White and Burke for you on your tables. I left copies for the public in the back, emailed it all to you, which detailed this a little more. I had the question of, we have some purchasing policy requirements about the number of people we reach out to, and so this answered that question and provided you with additional
Great. And getting back to our tightening up of process, I should say that this agenda item may result in a decision or a motion to either to adopt this or to not adopt this. That is where we're going to discuss once the motion is made. Are there any other clarifying questions before we get to that, Manager Curry?
Yeah, just say, if the motion is to authorize our direction to prepare a contract, we can bring the contract back at a future meeting on consent.
Great, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So, welcome, Mr. Miskovich. Would you like to say anything before we move forward?
Nothing other than thank you for bumping me up the schedule. The Bruins just dropped the puck, so I should make most of the first period.
Anyone on council have clarifying questions or comments before we entertain a motion? Councilor Alfano.
I didn't realize that I have this document. You say it clears up the procurement question. Could you?
Sure. So when you authorize spending between a certain amount, $20,000 to $75,000, it requires the solicitation of 3 proposals to compare. And we have 1 proposal to compare because we reached out to 7 who declined, and so that is just evidence of us meeting the procurement policy for your decision.
So what is the obstacle to continuing to reach out to out-of-state regional firms? I mean, there must be people in other adjoining states who have this capability.
Yeah, I mean, I might turn that over to Brian to weigh in, who provided some thought on trying to find legal guidance that has this expertise that we need, particularly not generalized real estate expertise, but more complicated contracts. So I'd be happy to invite him to answer that. But I think they didn't find others who were interested for capacity or conferences.
Mr. Pine, do you have anything to add?
I would just add from
a perspective of a person who spent over 23 years working for a municipality, that having an attorney that is familiar with the local landscape in a deeper way has benefits that are pretty hard to articulate all of them. It's not really something that lends itself well to representation from afar. So we wouldn't know where to begin with that process because we don't engage with attorneys from outside of Vermont on these projects. So I think we'd have to start a process that would be time consuming. I don't know if the benefit is worth the effort.
Councilor Doyle.
I would just say too, like I'm thinking about like federal procurement processes in general, right? It's really about the effort of like making it available, like, you know, going out and asking people to submit a proposal. But once you've made a good faith effort to do it, and I think reaching out to 7 different attorneys is a good faith effort. You know, getting one proposal back that's actionable, I think it's actually fairly common in procurement processes.
Okay, are there other clarifying questions before we would entertain a motion? I don't see any requests for clarifying.
Mark, I might just have one clarifying question. Yes, I just want to make sure we all understand what we're voting on.
Yes.
Right, and so it's to authorize the city manager to move forward in developing a contract for legal services that will then come back to us on the consent agenda for both the public and for council to review before authorizing.
Would you care to say that again as a motion?
No, but I would say I move that we.
Ben, you're muted. Couldn't hear a word Ben said.
All right.
Text Jim Sheridan.
Okay, can you hear us now, Councilor Sheridan?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, great, we're back.
Jim, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I think something's wrong with my microphone.
Okay.
I'm happy to repeat the motion. We had a conversation about exactly what we were voting on, clarified what we're voting on, and so I made the motion. I'm going to make it again. I move that the council authorize the city manager to develop a contract for legal services related to Country Club Road.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Brown. Is there any discussion or debate around this topic?
Just want to make clear in case Jim didn't hear it. It's to develop the contract, not execute the contract. It'll be coming back to us on the consent agenda at a future meeting, at which point both the public and the council can comment on the contract itself.
Great. Councilor Sheridan, you have your hand raised.
Yes, just wondering, when does the meter start running on this? Is it when we already got a developer in hand, or is it before that, or?
I'm happy to answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
So after the council identifies their preferred developer to work with, then the negotiation process will start at that point. And so you will have identified who you think is the most viable to work with for the Country Club Road property project. And then you'll work through details of whether you can reach an agreement that is viable for both parties. And this attorney will be giving you the advice on how to preserve the city's interests in that development. There's always a possibility where you don't reach an agreement. You still pay these legal fees if that is the case. But you know, the goal obviously is for you to get the best advice to enter into the best contract with your preferred developer.
Councilor Sheridan, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there any other discussion or debate on this topic?
Kelman.
Mr. Kelman, this is not a hearing item. We're not taking public comment on this. Is there anything else in the room? Okay, then I would like to restate the motion. We are voting to authorize the city manager to develop a contract for legal services regarding the Country Club Road property and to bring that contract back to us to authorize at a future date. A yes vote votes to authorize the city manager to do this. A no vote denies the city manager the authority to do this. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Raising your hand helps me a little bit.
Aye.
Okay. I saw 6. Are there any opposed? Any abstain? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Pine, for joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Miskovich, for joining us. And thank you very much, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We are now moving back to item number 8, the sprinkler ordinance amendment. Yeah, thank you. Great. Action. Motion to close the window. Oh my God. Okay, great. Before I turn this over to Manager Curry to kick us off, this is a public hearing. We will accept public comment on this item. There is no decision for us to make tonight. This is a first reading and a hearing. We're going to hear perspectives. We're going to learn. It will be brought back for a decision at a later date. Manager Curry, would you like to kick us off, please?
Yeah, I will tweak that just a little bit. You have 2 actions that you need to do tonight, which is approve it on first reading and then set for second reading and additional public hearing at a future date on April 8th.
Thanks.
And so what you have before you is an update to our building codes. And some of this is a cleanup because of cross references of codes that are contained in our building code language. And then a proposal that has been brought to you from outside bodies to consider aligning the city of Montpelier's building codes with the state of Vermont's allowances in building codes as it relates to the requirements for sprinklers in buildings. So we currently require sprinklers in alignment with the National Fire Protection Code. However, you have had some developers of small multifamily buildings that have requested you to consider relaxing those codes by aligning with the relaxed provisions in the state of Vermont code. In your packet, you received that memo from developer James Moore. You received comments from the Housing Committee. You received input from Fire Chief Derek Libby, and you received some public comments from, I'm going to get the first name, Mr. Lagina, not the pleasure to so hopefully you've had an opportunity to review those. Right now, the way that it is proposed to you does not amend the code language to make any changes to the sprinkler portions that align with the state of Vermont. It retains what we already do. So if you would wish to make any changes, we would bring back an amended language for your consideration at second reading. And so with that, grateful to have staff here. I'll maybe kick it over to Mike first to talk about the current sprinkler codes in our building code, and then ask Fire Chief Libby to weigh in.
Yeah, Mike Miller, Planning Director. So I'll keep it pretty short because City Manager Curry had a good intro. I'll just go say for clarification that what changed at the state in September was that state of Vermont made some exemptions into the state's existing code. So prior to that, sprinklers were required. The change went through in September. Our building ordinance is slightly stricter than the state's, and now will be much more strict than the state's. And so we require sprinklers in our ordinance, and therefore that exemption doesn't apply. So it does still exist at the national level. So this is not like we are doing something that doesn't exist in the rest of the country. And if anyone who's got the NFPA as their building code, as their fire code, has this as a requirement. So,
Mike, I'm sorry, but could you repeat that again? I just want to make sure I understand like what changes the state made and how we're responding to those changes.
So prior to September, the city had inserted probably in 2008, the city had inserted language that would require all new residential structures to have sprinklers installed, including single family homes. And then shortly after I got here, single family homes and then a little bit later duplexes got kind of carved out to go through and say it was cost prohibitive for these very small units to have those put in. But for 3 and 4 units, that was still a requirement, these what we call small apartments. And so that matched closely with what was in state law. And then what happened in September was the state adopted new codes it's supposed to be every 3 years they adopt codes, except it took them about 7 years to do the adoption. But they finally got to re-adopting the codes. And in that adoption, they inserted a new exemption for sprinklers. And so now these small apartments no longer are required to have sprinklers under the state rules. They're still required under the federal NFPA code, but the state of Vermont has said at their level, they're not going to require them. But because it's still in our ordinance, we are still going to continue to enforce it unless and until the city council changes our building ordinance. And from a staff standpoint, staff's recommendation is to continue to leave the ordinance as is. I mean, make these edits because they're the technical edit, but from the sprinkler requirement standpoint, staff is recommending that we keep those. And I think I'll turn it over to Chief to talk about the safety aspect and why we think the safety is the overriding factor in this case.
Good evening, here with the Fire Chief. The role of Fire Chief, among other things, is to advise on life safety and property conservation for the citizens and visitors to our city. While the state's adopted codes vary from the national code, our current ordinance provide a higher level of life safety and property conservation for the occupancies in question. Nearly 1/4 of the fires occur in residential properties, including 1 and 2 family homes, apartments, and multifamily housing units. These fires cause more than 3/4 of the civilian fire deaths and fire-related injuries. Between 2019 and 23, more people over the age of 55 died in residential fires than any other age group. Civilian deaths per 1,000 reported fires was reduced 89% with the presence of sprinklers. Civilian injuries per 1,000 fires was reduced 31%, and firefighter injuries were reduced 48%. The Montpelier Fire and Ambulance Department currently has a minimum staffing of 3 members on duty at any one time to cover both fire and emergency medical services in the city and the communities that we contract the EMS with. Of the 2,261 calls for service last year, nearly 14% occurred simultaneously, meaning that all or part of that 3-person staffing was committed to another incident and unavailable. NFPA recognizes that an effective firefighting force for a single-family residential structure fire with no exterior exposures consists of 15 trained firefighters on scene within the first 8 minutes to accomplish tasks such as fire suppression, victim search and rescue, ventilation, fire pump operations, a rapid intervention crew, and incident command. Fires that grow beyond the incipient or early stage require all of these activities, and fire growth or victim survivability does not care about staffing levels or mutual aid availability. Firefighter safety is on my mind as I come before you tonight. The removal of sprinkler systems in housing development places a greater risk on responders, and often or sometimes one person responding to that fire, and to the community. A recent fire in a multi-unit building was held to an incipient stage fire and extinguished by the activation of the sole sprinkler head. While the apartment was rented with sprinklers installed, as proven by the pre-rental photos provided by the owner, they were removed, presumably by the occupants prior to the fire. The inspection of the building showed that nearly 1 out of 3 detectors throughout the building had been disabled or removed. Protected egress paths and fire separation provide some level of protection, but depend on the occupants being notified of a fire and able to safely reach the exits without being cut off or overcome by toxic gases and the heat produced. Fire separation is wonderful so long as fire remains inside the structure. It does not become an outside-in fire pattern where the fire escapes through an opening, such as an open or a failed window, and reaches to the space above. I recognize that we are at a crossroads with housing needs and affordability. I'm with you tonight to share the public safety impacts of sprinkler systems so you can make an informed decision as you move forward with this process. I urge you not to minimize the safety impacts of these systems that they have on our friends, neighbors, and your firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any other questions for staff before we take public comment? Yes, Councilor Khan.
So are there any other ways to create this level of safety if we don't require sprinklers? Thanks.
The allowable alternative is protecting egress pathways and fire separation between units, but like I said, if you don't have notification between the fire and the egress path, cut off. Second means of egress is sprinklers or fire alarms that are left intact and operated and checked. You know, smoke detector saves lives, right? And making sure that they're up and working is a key for any fire safety. My experience has been that those are often taken down for nuisance alarms or fail to be maintained. And this provides a level of safety that will keep a fire at an incipient stage or a small growth fire, so that we don't have to meet 2 in, 2 out regulations of entering into an IDLH because it hasn't gotten to that full development fire yet.
Thank you.
IDLH.
Immediately dangerous to life and health.
Thank you. All right. Councilor Gill.
Do we know why the state made this change in September? Like what the impetus was for changing their?
I believe it's for the same struggles that we're here tonight for housing.
Okay.
Councilor Alfano.
Chief Libby, this sprinkler ordinance applies to new construction?
New construction and 50% or greater remodel of an existing.
And it's new construction of buildings with what, 4 units, 5 units? I mean, how is it?
It's 3 or more currently.
3 or more.
So we have the exemption for single and 2-family at this time.
And those require fire egress and egress windows, fire rated egress hallways and hardwired alarms, don't they?
They do require it. Even some of them is
Yeah.
some of the difference.
Yeah, does the city inspect those regularly, or do we have a?
The Division of Fire, those housing units,
Mhm.
The city certainly forwards complaints or anything that we notice to have that action taken.
Yeah, it's something that I think when we talked about the rental registry a couple of years ago, that we thought that's a program that we ought to revisit, because one of the objectives of that was to ensure safety inspections when apartments turn over. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I guess
Go ahead, Mr.
the only item I would also add to what Chief had said is the fire alarms also assume everybody has the ability and the understanding to leave. It's not always people in our conditions and our ages, we can get up and get out when smoke alarms go off and we hear them. My early experience in working in the city of Barrie, just before I had started there. I started in 2008 in the city of Barrie. I believe in 2006, they had a fatal fire where 2 children died. And it's just, we have to recognize, yes, having smoke alarms lets you know there's a fire. That doesn't necessarily mean that somebody who's in a wheelchair has the ability to get themselves out, or if somebody is elderly, or if somebody's a child. The smoke alarms are obviously necessary, but the sprinklers work regardless of your capacity to get out. It gives more time for the firefighters to get there. These types of efforts, and I know it was still fresh in the minds of everybody in Barrie City when I got there, because we had some of these similar conversations when I was in Barrie City about sprinklers and hardwired smoke detectors and sprinklers and those requirements, and those children were still very much in everybody's mind at that time.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan.
Yeah, one thing I would like to ask is, let's say a new building is built and there's going to be offices on the first floor, or maybe retail and apartments above it. How would this affect that building?
The change to the ordinance doesn't change that type of building. That's a mixed use with commercial, residential over commercial, so it falls under a different portion of the code and has different requirements.
Which the state hasn't changed. The state still requires sprinklers in those.
Thank you. I want to just say something else. As somebody who's lived on a 4th floor in town and a 3rd floor in town, I can tell you that if a fire starts on the 1st floor and there's no sprinklers there, it might become overpowering for people that are on the upper floors, despite the fact that they're on floors with sprinklers. Sprinklers do not stop smoke, and the smoke is going to rise, and smoke can kill people faster than fires. So, when I was on the 3rd floor above the liquor store, there was no other way out, and there were no sprinklers. Obviously, a 1st floor flyer, we would have died or jumped out a window landing on the pavement. What I see this as is safety versus money. And to me, that's what it comes down to. Like so many other things in this country, it's about money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Gill.
Can we just have some additional information about that? Because I feel like my brain is a little confused about the number of units. So what is our current ordinance? So it is anything above. So right now we exempt single family homes and 2. So a single family home and like a duplex. So they don't have to have a sprinkler. So a triplex, a quadplex, like what does it go up to have a sprinkler? Like what, I'm missing that like middle ground. I need it in like the most basic terms.
So that helpful. So we exempt 1 and 2 unit buildings. So, single family home and a duplex. The state change exempts up to 6.
So anything with more than 3 units, 3 or more units has to have the first floor sprinkled under Montpelier's.
But when you have like a mixed use development, like Jim was just explaining the apartments on like 3, 4, like those will always have sprinklers because that's a totally different ordinance. So I just want to make sure we're not like mixing up these 2 ordinances. So Jim, I think that will always have sprinklers. Like that's not what we're talking about. So I just want to be very clear about.
I wasn't talking about that in the end.
Okay. All right. I just want to, I'm getting confused in my brain about like these multi-buildings of like living on the 3rd and 4th story and like what this ordinance is. So I just want to make sure I'm clear that I'm not getting mixed up.
So if I could just state my understanding of what we're proposing for clarity. 1 and 2, 1 unit of single family or duplexes, no proposed change at all. Anything over the 6 units, no change at all. That's already covered. The discrepancy here is between the the national standard, which would include units of 3 to 6 units, and the state statute, which exempts 3 to 6 units. Am I understanding it correctly, Manager Curry?
Yeah.
Okay. We will open up for public comments. If there are there any other statements from the staff or
Yeah.
one more thing,
Yeah,
Councilor Gold.
no, clarifying question, just, you know, what other, so the state has made this change and they're exempting up to 6 units. And we're saying, no, we're gonna hold it to a different standard. What other communities in Vermont are doing what we're proposing?
I'm not sure to answer that. Truthfully, I'm not sure of any others that have the ordinance like this. I can dig into each municipality and dig deeper for you.
Well, I mean, I don't want you to go all, you know, what is it, 251, like, don't need to do that, but like, I do think it's important to understand what Waterbury is doing, what Barry's doing, you know, other municipalities of our size around the state. If we're gonna be an outlier on this, I think we need to know that. And, you know, and just to be honest, like, I know this is a clarifying question, but that concerns me, like, if we're gonna be an outlier in comparison to neighboring communities or frankly, you know, maybe all other communities in Vermont. So I just want to make sure we are aware of that.
Great, thank you. Yes.
People are talking about the state exempting sprinklers, and they do, but it's under a condition, as I understand it from what I read. So the state is exempting buildings, new construction of 3 to 6 units, provided that they provide a certain type of egress. So it's either got to be a direct fire rated exit to the ground floor, or it's got to be a fire rated stairwell with an individual stairwell to each unit. Great. Yeah. Is that correct? I think that's what it says.
All right. Thank you to both of you gentlemen. We will open up to public comment first in the room. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this one? We're formally opening the hearing. Yes. Mr. Hughes.
Good evening, Zach Hughes. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but I'm so glad it was brought up in here. The one thing that is not confusing to me is safety. And we should not I too have been in a situation where people said the detectors were annoying and they wanted to deactivate them, and there's all kinds of different stories. I have to say that I have heard about safety and money arguments, and the one thing that doesn't confuse me is, and when I'm at the table, safety should not be compromised for money under any circumstances. And you know what? If we're an outlier, then the others need to follow us. It's sort of like Vermont being an outlier for many things, but we're also a leader. So I am gonna kind of agree with Jim. I think that safety is just really important, and please don't underestimate those detectors or anything, because they could save your life someday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Moore.
Great. Thank you for having me, James Moore. I live here in town. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor, and welcome. I hope it's been good so far, and excited that you're in the role. Wanted to do one point of clarification. I did not submit a memo. I believe I provided some information to the Housing Committee, and the Housing Committee voted and submitted a memo to the council. I did not do that. Been referred to as a developer. Slight amendment on that as well. I'd say an aspiring developer. I haven't been able to build anything yet in town. Our desire is to build here in town. and specifically builds middle income housing is what we're trying to do. And within that, our first projects have focused on infill development in our residential neighborhoods. And that's to support our housing needs, to support our school population, to support our community's kind of vibrancy moving forward. I care deeply about Montpelier. In working to develop projects here, we've found some municipal policies, a number on the kind of planning and zoning side of things, but then this policy as well that differ meaningfully from other communities locally and from the state at large. And our understanding from reading the state code and our conversations with state code officials is that there are multiple ways to build new apartments, new housing, and that are contemplated in state code at the scale that we're contemplating. So we are looking at, we're looking primarily at building in this 3 to 6 unit window. I really appreciate the fire chief's focus on safety. It's incredibly important. I appreciate the housing committee looking at this issue. It's not black and white. And I appreciate your looking at it. It's been something that has come up time and again over the last nearly 20 years, probably, in our community. And changes have been made in the past. And I appreciate you crafting the best path forward. So thanks for your time and thanks for your effort.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to speak on this topic? Yes, Steve.
Hi, my name is Kate Stevenson. I'm a resident of Montpelier, also the owner of Helm Construction Solutions, and we are a technical assistance provider for small scale developers through both VHFA's Community Housing Accelerator program and the state's Homes for All program. So we're working with, again, exactly this type of small scale developer doing 2 to 6 units all across the state. In that capacity, we get to see lots of pro formas. We see the struggles that developers like James and Zachary are going through to try to make projects pencil out for these small infill projects. So I'm here to encourage you to adopt changes to Montpelier's sprinkler ordinance. I was trying to remember back about when I was here to encourage the 1 to 2 unit changes a few years back. But sprinklers are not, I hear all the argument about safety and cost. They're not inexpensive. So I'm a project manager. I work on lots of different types of projects, both commercial and residential. But these days we're seeing, $30,000 is probably like the bare minimum for a sprinkler system. $50,000, $60,000 is pretty common, even in a relatively small building. And so when you think about the cost per unit on a 3 unit or a 4 unit building, that's $10,000 to $20,000. That's significant, and that can make or break a project. And I think it was included in the packet, but in addition to those upfront costs, there are also very significant maintenance costs to those sprinkler systems that become part of the operational costs for a building owner that I don't think people always think about, like how much it's going to cost to have them inspected and tested and everything every year. So just think there's this Montpelier sort of exceptionalism thing, and I just don't think there's any real reason for us to have different building codes for the city of Montpelier than the rest of the state of Vermont. And for developers to, every time we make our rules different, it just is another hoop for people to jump through. It makes it more confusing. I would like us to try to be more in alignment with the rest of the state. And I'll leave you with just one example. You know, I was a owner's project manager on a project here in Montpelier. We were in construction in 2021 and put in, you know, it was a commercial retrofit. We were required to do full sprinkler system. It was in the range of $40,000 to $50,000 for the project. And we went to commission it to turn it on, and it didn't work because there was not water pressure in the city water supply sufficient to operate the sprinkler system. So we invested all the money, did everything we were supposed to do, and we are still waiting 5 years later for, you know, upgrades to happen to the water lines on that street. We don't know when that will happen. So that was just like a one-off story, but it's also like, if you're going to require this thing that is very expensive, like, it better work. And, you know, the city's water supply is a whole big other topic, but it does relate to this in weird ways. Like, not all of our systems can actually support the sprinklers that we're requiring people to put in. So, hope you'll consider an amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. So did
Hi.
you,
Yeah,
oh,
just what
hold
to
on,
do with
Kate.
that. It'll circulate like, where was it?
Sorry, I'm gonna find it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Comments on this topic? We'll go to Zoom. Mr. Kelman, I think I saw your hand first, and then Ms. Shuren.
I just want to just say quickly, the reason I raised my hand before, some of you come through very clearly and others don't. And the difference seems to be when people try to be conversational, they drop their voice. Please try. I understood almost nothing that the fire chief said. And I'm having a little trouble with Kelly Curry. All right. I want to just say two things, and then I want to make a proposition. This only applies to new construction. So there are the majority of houses, and it only applies for 3 to 6 units. The majority of houses in Montpelier today do not have sprinklers. Okay, so we are kind of carving out and saying, well, okay, but let's do it, you know, for this group. It's also just for new construction. All right. So I'm totally with Zach and Jim and the fire chief about safety. And Jim said it's always about safety versus money. So let me just make a proposition. What if the city paid for those systems, not just for new construction, but for anyone who is willing to put it into all those houses that currently don't have sprinklers? And it could either be a grant or a loan or a mix or a tax a tax credit. Now we have a small tax credit of $2,500 maximum, I believe, but also that was suspended for a while. Maybe it's back in place, but that's nothing compared to the real cost of this. And just to echo the story that Kate Stevenson just told, I bought a house in Barry that has a fire alarm system that was in it previously. I had to spend $30,000 to bring that fire alarm system up to code, and I have to spend every quarter maintenance charges to the company that has to check it and so forth. And her point, I think, is if we paid for people putting in a sprinkler system, they still have the cost of maintaining it. And I think right now, this is one of, James referred to it, we have these exceptionalist rules in Montpelier that are stricter than almost every other municipality in the state. And that is one of the very good reasons why we have so little infill development going on. I'm not talking about new big sprawl, country club road, I'm talking about infill. Infill is, as a former Josh Jerome, who worked in the planning department, said, is the low-hanging fruit in our town. And we're not picking that low-hanging fruit. We're not able to do it because of regulations like this. So I would urge you to make that, spread it to 3 to 6. It's not going to add that many compared to the huge numbers that don't have sprinklers. And consider having an incentive program, a carrot for people like me to put sprinklers in my house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Ms. Shuren.
Yes, hi, thanks. Alyssa Shuren, 18 Isabel Circle in Montpelier. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak tonight. I'm the chair of the Housing Committee, and so I wanted to just share our dialogue around our recommendation. So we know that the city of Montpelier has a goal of 75 units per year of new housing units, and that we're currently averaging about 10 units per year. As a housing committee, we're charged with considering ways of promoting housing for all of the benefits that we know, helps support our downtown, our schools, lowers our taxes, like we can boost our infrastructure. There's so many benefits to bringing in more people into the city. And we as a committee are trying to advance multiple strategies, which you'll hear a lot more about when I come to give you an overview with other committees, likely next month sometime. It came to our attention that the Montpelier sprinkler code for the 3 to 6 unit buildings was an outlier in the state and expensive. And we planned to, this was on our list because we had heard from others. We'd heard from many people actually around this issue. Multiple developers had raised this in my conversations with them. So I had it on our agenda later on this spring to come up before the committee. We moved up our discussion because we knew this was going to be coming before you all tonight. I spoke with Fire Chief Libby in preparation for that meeting, who I have deep respect for and really appreciated and have been, really sitting with his opinion, which then I shared with the Housing Committee as well. And on March 3rd, the Housing Committee discussed the city's fire codes, looked for other cities that might have similar codes, did not find any, in the 6 or so different cities we looked at. And at the end of the discussion, the majority of the Housing Committee supported replacing the city codes with the state codes for the 3 to 6 unit buildings. And as an incentive, but of course, sprinklers are great, and we would love to incentivize those as well as incentivize more housing. And so we suggested to the city offering an annual tax credit for properties, that do with approved fire suppression sprinkler systems. And maybe that incentive that you are looking at, that I understand expired and you're looking at putting back on the books, is, maybe we could expand that incentive to drive it forward if you did decide to adopt the state codes. Adopting the state codes eliminates our competitive disadvantage with our neighboring communities while also with the sweetener incentivizing sprinklers. I today was thinking about coming before you and reached out to the city of Burlington code inspector Kim Iannelli to just, gut check this. Like, are you, I know her well, and I was just like, level with me. Like, do you feel like what you're doing is like, do you feel like your code should be stricter? You really focus on this. You think about this every day. You've been doing this for decades. And she was like, are you asking this because you're trying to she was thinking that I was going to argue that that we should be weakening the state code somehow because she feels that the state codes are so protective and she feels so strongly and confidently about the state codes that she couldn't believe that Montpelier was such an outlier, and she didn't think it was necessary to be an outlier in her experience in doing this work for decades. And she's like, we haven't seen these trends in Burlington where we're more unsafe, putting our people more at risk. Like, this isn't so that was just a different perspective that I just offer. It doesn't mean that, of course, sprinklers make things safer. We know that. It's true. The question is more just, and it's a hard one for you all to wrestling with, where you draw the line, and the state has drawn the line and where they think it's appropriate with mitigations to have sprinklers and where to not. And so the housing committee, like in sum here, recommended adopting the state codes and an incentive for sprinklers.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bellini, do you have a comment for us?
Yes, sir, I do. I've been in government, or I'm retired now, but I was in government for, almost 43 years. And what I am witnessing now is possibly you're going to let perfect get in the way of something good. And I see that a lot in the legislature where they try to craft legislation. They got to make it perfect instead of just taking what, take the 3 points if that's what you got in a football game. It can't be perfect all the time. Yes, it should, all houses, structures, sprinklers, up to the latest and greatest codes. The biggest problem in Montpelier, one of the biggest problems is there's not enough housing. And I wouldn't want to see anything that would handicap housing being built. I mean, developers could pick other towns if we're an outlier. So that's what is going to come before you. And I don't know enough about building houses or fire suppression to really speak intelligently, but I think that's what you have to weigh here. If it's really not going to make any difference, go ahead and sprinkle it. If developers are telling you, well, why should I put up with the extra hassle of that? Well, then, yeah, I live in an old house, 1850. I have a smoke detector everywhere, but I can't afford to put sprinklers in. If I could, I would. And I'll just tell you this about housing. It's just my personal opinion. I grew up in this town, and when I was a kid, we didn't have as many homeless people that I don't think we did. But we had people that lived in what you would call substandard housing. They lived on Jones Brook Road, and they lived on parts of Elm Street. And the houses were pretty dilapidated. And then gradually, over time, those houses got condemned and torn down, and we put in more codes, and we made things, it was well intended, but sometimes I think we set the bar too high. And, anything's better than living under a bridge, if you know what I mean. I mean, his substandard housing is better than living under the bridge by Shaw's. So I would caution you to be careful about not trying to develop something that's perfect that might stop something that's good. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bellini, for sharing that. Yes, Chief Libby.
Derek Libby, Fire Chief. I just feel compelled to make a comparison with the Burlington scenario. As some of you may know, I spent 25 of my 40 years in Burlington as a firefighter, as a shift commander, as a deputy chief of operations. I had 100 people on the department. I wasn't putting one person at a structure fire ever in my 25 years there. I was putting a shift of 22 with fully compatible mutual aid departments surrounding me. So I understand the difference in the similarities in building codes there, but certainly staffing that I was putting at a fire would stomp out a large number of fires compared to what we have. So thank you.
Am I understanding that what you're saying there is that part of the equation here is not simply about sprinklers or buildings or fire codes on their own, but it also is specifically about our particular fire department's ability to respond to fires that is different from Burlington. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, certainly our staffing model is much different, right? Minimum staffing in Burlington's 22 people on shift. Minimum staffing in Montpelier is 3 people. That same size structure fire doesn't know the difference between staffing, right? So putting one person that's available to go to a fire is completely different than a 3-person engine company.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Whitaker?
Steve Whitaker. I was a builder for a lot of years. I see both sides of this, but Montpelier is facing a housing emergency that our leadership can't seem to get any traction or and if people are willing to build housing or convert housing, we should be not putting the exceptionalism or the extra cost. We can get a lot more bang for our buck with a combination of rental registry, effective inspections, and I just went through my photos from the 2023 flood. Many of the same floating propane tanks are still not lashed down here. So we've got bigger problems. The small number of people that are going to be affected by this very costly exceptional ordinance could better protect the greater number of people by being more effective with our inspection and follow through on safety, fire safety inspections and lashing down propane tanks. I could get more complicated, but you got the gist of it.
Thank you very much for that. Is there any other comment or questions from counselors? Do I need to formally close a hearing? All right, so the hearing portion is formally closed at this time. Manager Curry.
Now, I just would offer if there's interest in discussion about the sprinkler tax credit, we have that information.
Would you speak up for that for Zoom, please?
You can hear me. I just was acknowledging if it's desired to have a conversation about the sprinkler tax credit, we're prepared to answer any questions and provide information.
Okay, great. And just before we entertain a motion of any kind, I'd like to just offer my 2 cents that over the next 2 weeks until the second hearing, assuming that that's when the second hearing will be, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about this. We've heard the idea that safety is, public safety, life safety is very important. We've also heard that we really need housing. We've heard ideas that perhaps somehow the city could subsidize or fund the sprinklers if we wanted to require them. That, of course, then brings up a whole budget and taxpayer question. So there are these three sort of life safety, housing, and cost to taxpayers, or these sort of 3 directions we're all going to be pulled in. I'd just like to remind everybody that as we have this discussion, someone who advocates for housing is not saying we don't care about life safety. And someone who says life safety is so important is not saying we don't care about housing. And someone that says, I don't want my taxes to go up to pay for somebody else's sprinkler is also not saying I don't care about housing or life safety. All of those things can be true. And then it's going to be on the 6 of you, counselors, to provide the leadership that sort of coalesces what are the community's priorities as a whole. I know everybody knows this. I just felt like hearing myself talk. Thank you for indulging me. At this time, is there a motion on the floor to Councilor Alfano?
I have prepared a motion. The city has made changes in the regs. They've identified exactly this type of housing, 3 to 6 units as something that the city needs. We've changed the code to encourage it, and this one obstacle seems to remain. And while I'm extremely sympathetic to the chief's position and realize that it's kind of on us too, that he only has 3 firefighters on his shift, and we need to solve that issue. I think we need to make this change, and so I will move that the city council direct the staff to prepare language to be incorporated into the second reading of the proposed amendments to the Code of Ordinances set for the public hearing on April 8th, 2026, that would align Montpelier's fire safety code for buildings with 6 or fewer units with the state of Vermont fire safety requirements for sprinkler protection of new apartment buildings.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to summarize, and if anyone is less than 100% clear, I'll ask. Oh, we have the language part. Great, thank you. So, a motion, a vote for is a vote to direct City Council staff to prepare language to be incorporated into the second reading of proposed amendments to the Code of Ordinances set for public hearing on April 8th that would align Montpelier's fire safety code for buildings with 6 or fewer units to the state of Vermont's fire safety requirements for sprinkler protection for new apartment buildings, section 10130.3.5.1. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of this, say aye and show me your hand.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed?
Aye.
Any
Point of order.
Point of order,
We need
yes.
To do a roll call vote if it's not unanimous with a individual.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Since
That, John.
yeah, since one of the counselors is not present and we are voting, we should vote by roll call. I'll go if it's not unanimous. Okay, so yes.
Just to, I think it's important just so that people are super clear about this, right? That it's like we're voting to add language to the second reading of, right? We're not definitively saying this.
That's correct. Okay, so let me restate that again. This vote is not changing the ordinance. It is directing staff to propose language that we will revisit on April 8th. And at that time, the ordinance may be changed. Okay. Councilor Sheridan, how do you vote?
No.
Councilor Gill?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Councilor Alfano? Yes. Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Cone?
Yes.
Okay, the ayes have it 5-1. Thank you, everyone. It is now 8:43 or so. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at, let's call it 8:55. Thanks.
No. What's the motion going forward for the next public hearing? It doesn't do anything right now. We have to have another public hearing, then we vote on the actual shift. Huh? No. Oh, no, I forgot. Yeah, I have to tell myself, hold on.
It is 8:55. I'm going to call us back to order. Many of us are here in the room. You know, we get to talk to each other. Councilor Sheridan, because you're not in the room, is there anything that you would like to say before we come back to session? Not pressuring you, just if you want to, give you the opportunity. Okay, no. All right, then we are on to agenda item number 9, tax stabilization agreement, second reading and public hearing. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, John, I can formally open the public hearing now at this time. Great. Manager Curry, do you have anything to say about this?
Sure. So you all heard this first reading, I think February, I forget, February 25th, my first council meeting. Seems so long ago already.
Yeah.
And at that time you had some questions. And so we supplemented what we had presented to you at that time with additional information in your packet, including the policy, a memo from staff about the overview of the application process, and how those things get tracked, advantages of the current tax stabilization policy, and our current contracts, as well as a sample tax bill that shows how the credit is calculated on an individual tax bill. I will note that later on in the meeting, you will talk about a policy update to incorporate the voter approved changes that happened at town meeting day. So this can move forward without having to dive into that conversation yet. And I can turn it over to Mike Miller if he has any additional information to provide on this.
I think you'll probably give us some background information. I will say that the outcome of this agenda item is that we will either approve or not approve the tax stabilization contract with the new school of Montpelier. Yes.
One more housekeeping thing. I forwarded to you all a public comment that we had received in the last, I think, 24 hours. And I'm happy to pull that up. If you want to go to Mike, I can kind of read it into the record if you haven't had a chance.
Mr. Miller.
Okay, Mike Miller, Planning Director. So for folks who did not attend or were not in attendance at the February 25th meeting, the new school of Montpelier has requested a tax stabilization agreement for their property at 41 College Street. After reviewing their development proposal, the Planning and Community Development Department staff has recommended to the city manager and the city of Montpelier enter into a tax stabilization contract for 6 years. And a base contract is for 5 years. And they got an additional year because they're creating 20 additional full-time employment FTE positions. And per the assessor, they would be required to do a baseline assessment of the number of employees when the contract is signed and then maintain the increase over the duration of the contract term. So that's what we have. The way our tax stabilization system works is it's very black and white, check boxes. So we're able to go through as staff to go through and make these evaluations. Do they qualify for the base? In this case, it's yes. Do they qualify for any of a number of things? If you check enough boxes, you get a 10-year stabilization. This one only qualifies for 6. So that is what is before you.
Is there review during that 6 or 10-year period of, do you maintain those FTEs that you've created, and how's that verified?
And that was one of the questions that came up, and that's actually one of the things that will come up when we get to the next tax stabilization piece, where we're going to be rewriting it. We want to make sure we've got less of these that have to be kind of tracked over time, because as time goes on, it becomes more and more difficult to kind of keep track of. In some tax stabilizations, such as the one that was approved, I believe in November, for the old Walgreens building, it's being converted into housing. As soon as that project is done, you're going to know all the requirements, because it's all of its things were based on. It's going to have $600,000 of assessed value increase, and it's going to have at least 15 housing units. And those are known right at the start, and we can check those boxes. This one will be one we will have to track, and we'll have to work with the assessor to determine the proper course. It would be his responsibility to make sure it gets tracked. Not necessarily mean he's doing the tracking. It may be something that he works with the planning department to go through and make sure that that is in compliance every year. Whether it's a self-certification, we send them a thing to tell us what it is, or if we go out and have some sort of documentation proof of that. We haven't had tax stabilizations, big picture. It doesn't happen very often. Before this, I believe, was the property out at the old Armory building on East Montpelier Road, Home Farm Way. So that was one of the ones, but we don't generally get too many of them. We're hoping that if we improve the tax stabilization policy, that we'll have more of them. So we don't have a lot of experience to say what would be a better way of doing this, but we're going to do a better job with the contract for this one. There was a comment that Manager Curry and myself and Matt Jelasik was looking at what the existing contract looked like. We thought they were not really robust in as much as we would like to see. The contract was written just by the city manager previously. It's not much of a contract if you don't have the signature of the other person in the party. So we should at least have signatures from both sides to say, we agree to do this, we agree to give you that. So we're going to do a better job with these contracts coming up to address that question. How are we going to do that monitoring? How are we going to know? So that way they can agree in the contract to say, we either agree to give you this information, or we agree to let city staff have access to that information so we can confirm that condition of the agreement.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from council? Councilor Cohn.
So we receive public contribution or feedback. I don't know, maybe you already replied to that, but I think it will be good for rest of the public just explain and just like respond that concerns without giving the name of the person, but just to talk about the issue, which was like, oh, are we supporting like private school by doing this? Like, yeah, it's like because there are some like funding concerns they were mentioning. Thank you.
Councilor Doyle, before Councilor Curry reads it in, did you have something to add?
No, I think I want to read the concern first. I do have a response to it.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to read this into the record. And it's not confidential, it's part of the public record. So Molly Bachman sent you all a note yesterday. It says, Council and Mayor, I understand that the council is considering tax stabilization for the new school. I am writing to express my disagreement with such an approval. Tax stabilization has its place, but I'm very opposed to using public dollars to subsidize the operation or expansion of private education. Public dollars are already diverted from the education fund to private schools at the state level. As a therapeutic school, the new school already benefits from this use of public education funds. Governor Scott, in his constant barrage of public education, or of criticism of the public school system, fails to acknowledge this flow of public dollars to the private sector. I acknowledge that state support of some therapeutic schools may be appropriate. However, the city should not subsidize private schools. New value on the grand list should be used to decrease the burden on Montpelier's taxpayers. I understand how tax stabilization works, but even accepting the usual pie-in-the-sky arguments for it, in the meantime, taxpayers support the new value with services without reaping any benefit in terms of an expanded grand list. I believe that the city should focus on increasing the taxable grand list. Thank you for your help.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bachman, for the comments. Councilor Doyle, did you have a response?
Well, yeah, just to say, Molly's a neighbor, and I really respect her opinion a lot. Having said that, you know, I also am really familiar with the new school of Montpelier. I've met with them before, kind of in a professional capacity, just in terms of like old buildings, things like that. And you know, I think they play an enormously important role both in our community and in the state. I actually share Molly's concerns about subsidizing independent schools, which are really private schools. You know, I went to one of those schools. I still have concerns about it. And but this is a very different situation, frankly, than we think I'm very bad in River and Burton. This is a school that's serving kids that really don't have a lot of other options. They have really specialized staff that are doing really important work. So I think that that's one thing. And then the other thing I say is that, you know, I do think that this increases the grand list over time. You know, I think this kind of incentive that brings good businesses to our town like this. I mean, this is a co-op, right? It has cooperative values that I think adds a lot to our community. And so I think this is the kind of thing that we really want to try and incentivize. And, you know, I think this is like one tool that we can use. And And ultimately, it meets the criteria of the program that we already approved. So I think it's important that we approve. But I do appreciate.
Counselor Cohen, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then Counselor Sheridan, go ahead.
They will pay back to us, right? So tax stabilization is not like we are giving all this money like as a gift. It's just a different timeline to restructure how they pay their taxes, right? Mike?
Correct. It's
Yeah.
looking at the increase in taxes, so they will continue to pay the taxes that they pay today. Will be continued. It would not be increased. It just stabilizes the taxes at what it is today. After the 6 years, it will then increase, and they will pay their full value of taxes.
Let me make sure that I understand the point that you were making, Counselor Cohen. I think that you were suggesting that they eventually will pay all of those dollars back to us. My understanding is that they will continue paying what they're paying now, and just a delay in the increased payment. So
yeah, so I was just like, I just want to highlight it. What is tax stabilization? I wasn't talking about their case. I was talking about the general, because sometimes there's a confusion about tax amendment, right? It is not that.
Okay.
So we are not losing money. We are not like giving kind of a grant or anything to them. We are just like restructuring the payment. I just want to make a general comment about that. Yeah.
Thank you. Manager Curry.
I just want to clarify that the tax stabilization, like you said, keeps what they're currently paying. Then whatever the added value is, they get a 50% discount on their tax bill. So if they didn't have it, they would be paying the full tax on the total added value. Now they're only paying tax on half of that new added value. After the period of time expires, they will pay the full amount. I want to be clear, because when we move to how you want to change it, we should know where we're at.
Yes. Right. Anyone else on council? Anyone in the room want to make comments? Oh, sorry, Counselor Sheridan, I missed you. Go ahead.
I look upon this as we are subsidizing the building, not the school.
Okay, good perspective. Anyone in the room care to make a comment? Oh, Mr. Kelman.
Yeah, Peter Kelman, Montpelier. I think Councilor Cohen still misunderstands it. They are not paying us back for the taxes over that 6-year period. They are going to have a 50% discount, and if we go ahead and change it to it could be up to 100%, it would be even more. I actually have grave concerns, not about the new school per se, but about tax stabilization. That's kind of a mild misnomer, I believe. It is a gift. It's a gift to an organization. Now, we've had 3 in the last 10 years: Caledonia Spirits, Linnean Realty, and Connor Brothers. I don't think anybody would challenge the fact that Caledonia Spirits has been a real boon to our community in terms of bringing in tourism, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to know what Connor Brothers and Linnean Realty has contributed to the community. And I'd just like to point out that Waterbury got completely shafted by Vermont Coffee. They gave them a big stabilization, tax stabilization grant. And when it was over, they left the state. I think that if we're going to continue to do this, there has to be much more stricter and broader review of who gets this for how long and what the criteria are and whether or not they are meeting those criteria. I don't know the situation in the school. I have no opinion about that, but I have qualms about this entire program. And am I wrong that there was just a vote to increase so that it could be up to 100% of the tax of the improvement that is being done?
My understanding is that is what was on the ballot.
Yeah, I don't think people understood that. I certainly didn't. I would have voted no, 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 no. You're kidding me. I don't even approve of 50%. I think this needs to be very seriously looked at. Here we are. We just talked about the money and the money that is or isn't involved in safety, and here we're giving away money. Councilor Cohen, that money will not be paid back.
Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Anyone else have a comment for this? Mr. Whitaker.
Steve Whitaker, I spoke prior about this same topic. And as an example, and I kind of agree with Peter Kelman's concept, is that while we're facing tight budgets, while we're not hiring officials we may need for public safety, we're forfeiting tax revenue. That's really what it is. I think forfeiting tax revenue is easier to understand than giving gifts. We could just as easily ask them to go to the Montpelier Foundation and ask for the same amount of money. But when we're wrestling with budgetary constrictions and not taking care of public restrooms for the tourists and the unhoused, I think it's unconscionable to be giving away tax revenue willy-nilly. And I look at most of the developer proposals for Country Club Road asking for tax abatement. And you take the tax abatement, you take the $300,000 contingent fee for White and Burke, and you take you add this stuff up, it could be of revenue. And I just think we need to make it visible, a dashboard of, a visible dashboard of who are we giving this consideration to. But I don't think it's sound policy. I just think that it's fraught. It's fraught.
Thank you for that. Councilor Doyle?
Yeah, I certainly appreciate different points of view on this. I mean, it's a policy question I think reasonable people can have different ideas on. I really believe that this is not forfeiting. I mean, literally, it's not forfeiting tax revenue. I think it's actually incentivizing growth on our grand list, which has really been stagnant, right? I mean, I know that there are definitely some questions. It's really very difficult the but-for test of these kinds of incentives is very challenging. But I think when we look at examples like Caledonia Spirits, or I would say even the new school, like these are things that make differences in terms of businesses locating in our community. And I think over time that grows the grand list. And because we've had a stagnant grand list is part of the reason we're in these kind of budgetary challenges. And so I think it's really taking that long-term investment approach that what's going to pay off in the end. I think reasonable people can disagree, but given the fact that what we're talking about right now is 50% of the new revenue beyond what they're already paying, to me, I don't see how that's forfeited.
Any other comments from council? If I could summarize what I think we're talking about here, they're already paying some tax based on the value of their building. They would like to invest more and it would increase the value of the building. And what they're asking for is, could we delay the increase of their property taxes as a result for some number of years to give them a runway? And I think what I'm hearing is that we are saying that we will only collect 50% of what the resulting tax difference would be for 6 years, after which we will get the 100% forever and ever. Is my understanding correct? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. All right, then.
Forever and ever might be a little.
All right. Well, forever's a long time. We can't tell the future. This is the second reading. So, and then I also hear from Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Kelman that this is a powerful tool that should not be wielded carelessly or recklessly. And what we're doing tonight is not, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we're not weighing the merits of tax stabilization forever on all projects. We are narrowly looking at whether or not we want to approve this for the new school at this time. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Councilor Cohen.
And I just want to add one more thing. Mike Miller said, it's a checklist. So they are fulfilling all the things we are asking from them. So it is like because we said yes, some kind of agreement before, other organization who that have the same checklist. So we should be really being objective, and like if we say yes to one of the organization, we cannot say no to the other one because they are fulfilling the same checklist.
Good points. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, then at this time, I think, help me out here, John. I'm going to close the hearing and we'll entertain a motion. Councilor Brown.
I move to approve the tax stabilization contract with the new school of Montpelier for a period of 6 years.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. The motion is to approve the tax stabilization contract with the new school of Montpelier for a period of 6 years. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, a yes vote will approve the tax stabilization contract with the new school of Montpelier for a period of 6 years. All in favor of this motion, say aye and just wave.
Aye.
Great. I'm sorry, Councilor Sheridan, I wasn't looking at you at the time.
Aye.
Okay, it sounds unanimous. Is there anyone opposed? I don't hear anyone opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for this discussion. We're now going to move on to item 10. Manager Curry, did you have something?
Nope, I had a mental.
All right. Appointments to the Homelessness Committee, and I'll just highlight that immediately after that is an appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. So these are kind of related by topic. The task before us is to appoint, I believe there's only one applicant on the available for us right now.
Received an email from Lou Mallet, who had initially applied but withdrew their application earlier today. And so only Adrian's mom.
Lee will check.
We will check for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. That seems reasonable. Are there any clarifying questions before we entertain a motion? No clarifying questions. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Oh yes. Okay. Thank
I'll
you,
make the
Mr.
motion that we approve. What's your mom's first
Lee
name?
Wilczek.
Lee Wilczek to the homeless committee.
Great. Is there a second? Okay, Councilor Alfano seconds. Is there any discussion or debate on the topic? Councilor Brown.
I just want to speak in favor of this appointment as another city council representative on the homelessness committee. And as a former neighbor of Lee Wilczek, I know that she would be a fantastic addition. So I'm very pleased that she's applied, and I'm happy to approve her and get her on.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or discussion about this? All right, then seeing none, we will call for a vote. Councilor Gill will abstain. All in favor of accepting Lee Wilczek to serve on the homelessness committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And one abstention. So that's unanimous enough to not go roll call, right? If someone's recused themselves.
It's technically not.
All right, you know what? It's not unanimous because we have someone.
If it's an abstention, then well, if it's a
it's a recusal. It's a recusal.
If it's a recusal, then I think you're fine.
Woo. Okay. Does anyone object? All right, great. The motion passes. Thank you, Lee Wilczek, for your service. We're going to move on to item number 11. Wow, quickest agenda item ever. Appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. Manager Curry, could you tee this up for us? I believe we have one applicant, correct?
One applicant. and we received some input. As I grow in my learning in this role, staff often have input on applicants to commissions that they, or committees that they support. And so I received that and forwarded it to you all. Happy to read it again into the record. But this is for Jana Walder for a reappointment to Historic Preservation Commission. And let's see. You have her application information that is all listed on the cover sheet for this appointment. And the message from staff is, good morning, Kelly. I staff Montpelier Historic Preservation Commission for the Planning Department. And historically, when council will be considering an appointment to one of the committees I staff, I provide the city manager's office with comments the morning of the meeting. Please let me know if you would like me to handle this differently going forward. For tonight's council meeting, I greatly welcome Jana Walder's reappointment to the HPC, as do the current commission members that have served with her previously, including the chair and vice chair. Jana was an active participant during her prior 3-year term, including making good use of historic preservation specific training opportunities. Jana informed me yesterday that she might not be able to attend tonight's council meeting because of a last-minute conflict. Should the council wish to speak with her, I ask that the appointment be postponed and to the next meeting instead of denied. Thank you, Meredith Crandall.
I'll move the appointment.
Okay, great. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept Jana Walder for service on the Historic Preservation Commission. Is there any discussion?
I so rarely get to do this, but I work in the field of historic preservation, and I know Jana for known members of the committee. She's really an asset to the community. We're really lucky to have her.
Great. Any further discussion? Then, all in favor of accepting Jana Walder to serve on the Historic Preservation Commission, please say aye.
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 Great. Any opposed? And no abstentions? That's unanimous. The motion passes. We are ticking off agenda items like crazy. Number 12. I anticipate this will take more than 2 minutes. It is agenda item number 12, appointments to the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, CVRPC, and CVRPC Transportation Advisory Committee, TAP. Councilor Curry, would you like to tee this up for us?
Manager.
Manager Curry. Thank you for the correction. Boy, it is exhausting, but I'm determined to continue doing this ridiculous thing.
Great. Yeah. So when we spoke about this at our prior meeting, I had no information that was useful for you all to consider this process or appointment. And so at that time, I acknowledge I heard some interest in opening this up for folks to apply, and I wanted to bring back to you more details of what you would be asking them to apply for and what our current situation is. And so I provided you all with a detailed memo about the bylaws that describe the CVRPC appointment, and then also the committee bylaws relative to the Transportation Advisory Committee. Mike Miller was appointed by you all in 2024 in order to serve on the CVRPC. I could not find, we found a record of Donna being appointed way back when she was counselor, and it's unclear if that just kept rolling over or if there was another affirmative appointment by this body. So nonetheless, she has had to resign from that position, which I shared the note with you all earlier this week. And so for the CVRPC, this body has the opportunity to appoint to a regular appointment as well as an alternate appointment. That was not done in 2025. The bylaws of the CVRPC allow the person who is serving in that role to continue to serve in that role until an affirmative action to replace or rescind is made by this body. So Mike is still appropriately serving in that role. And you have the opportunity to appoint an alternate, and then you now have an opportunity to appoint a full-time member to the Transportation Advisory Committee as well as an alternate. And so I've offered you some options here. You can do nothing, and their appointments will continue to carry over. You can appoint them to finish out the remainder of the term, through June 30th this year and open up application process for their replacements. You can appoint them to finish the current term and the next year if you wish. You can rescind appointments. You can open the application process for their positions and alternates. Or you can open the application process just for the alternates. And this obviously was written before Donna had resigned. So a lot of options for you. You have the language of the bylaws directly in front of you. So none of this is my summarizing or otherwise phrasing. You have the exact language. And I listed for you some of the services that the CVRPC does, as well as some of the recent actions of the CVRPC. You will see there are a number of those relevant for Montpelier on there. And, you know, your mic is obviously still hanging out here. And so welcome to answer questions about what he does and their time commitments, et cetera, or anything else you desire.
First, clarifying questions from the council. Councilor Alfano?
I like the idea of getting applications from folks, but are we prepared with an application? I mean, it's we'd have to write that up, right? We'd have to.
I don't know all the back end that I know we have some forms that feed into our system and some publications for how that goes on our website and into our newsletters that get blasted out to the community. And I think we could do
Mike,
that.
do we have anything like that that would, you know, like an application that would lay out the sort of criteria and responsibilities?
So Mike Miller, planning director again. So I'll step back a half step. Apologies, I wasn't here at the last meeting. I thought this would just be a routine reappointment. Or I would have been here to make sure that I was here to answer the questions. So history. This position, the CVRPC has, for as long as I've been working here, and since before I've been working here, has always been an appointment of somebody who is either the planning director or a member of the planning commission. And I think the intent was that we wanted to have good connection between the members of our planning commission and planning staff and what was going on at the regional planning commission. So traditionally what would happen is the planning commission would go and submit a name to city council and go through and say, we're going to recommend that you appoint this person to fill that role. So that's traditionally how the RPC representatives have been done. And for a long time, for the first number of years, I was the alternate. We had people that were going, starting in about 2020-ish. So probably, you know, in and around COVID, I became the primary person. And then really what happened was when I first got here, most of the people on the planning commission were retired. So they had a lot of free time and ability to go and do multiple meetings, because planning commission meets twice a month. RPC, you might meet once or twice a month as well. So the retired, it wasn't as big of a burden to carry, but the new planning commission, as everybody got replaced, we now have a very young planning commission, a lot of families. And so it's been harder to find a planning commissioner who has the bandwidth to take it on. So I became the primary person for the past couple of years. This conversation did come up at the planning commission on Monday. It was actually not asked by us to put it on the agenda, but actually the chair asked and said, who wants to liaise with other committees, including who would like to be on the CVRPC. And after that, they didn't get anyone who volunteered, but after the meeting, the planning commission chair, who's Aaron Kasicki, Aaron told me he would be willing to sit on the CVRPC. He doesn't know whether it'd be the alternate or the primary. We'd leave that up to the commission. If the commission wanted to see, or the council, if you guys wanted to see someone different, Aaron could step in that role if we wanted to follow the traditional path of this position appointment, which was that it's a planning commissioner as opposed to somebody generally from the public. And if you have other questions about why I think it's a good idea, I can go into that too, to keep it within the planning commission. I can get into that, but I'll leave that if you have questions.
Questions from council?
So I will not ask any question, but I will share some input. So I've been talking to people who served on that board and also our planning commission. So I've heard that this job is really like very technical. So whoever supposed to be there should know all the technical terms, language, all the like rules, anything like really related to the state law. And also it takes so much time because of the subcommittees, like meeting and everything. So that's why I agree with Mike, like whoever we decide, like which path we are deciding to do, whoever we choose, that person should be knowledgeable in this area. So we cannot like appoint like a general like someone from general public. So even if we decided to advertise, we should advertise that way. Like it's a very technical position. So I just want to share this input with all of you. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
I don't know the current planning commissioner, but as a position, do we go through that process with the planning commissioner when we appoint them? In terms of credential and technical knowledge and so on.
I mean, in the past, it was anybody who was on the planning commission, and usually after they've had some experience with the planning commission, they've had some general understanding. In this case, Aaron he's an attorney. He works for the state. He's very knowledgeable about these things. He worked with the Public Utility Commission, which is a review board. So he's very familiar with these types of things, that type of law. I mean, very much so.
Can I ask you? That's another way. Is there a reason not to? Is there a reason not to put out a call for applications just to see sort of that we might have some gems out there that we don't know about?
I mean, it's strictly a policy decision on your end as to what you would like to do. I think right now is a very critical time. There's going to be a lot of items that are critical with respect to Act 181 and Tier 1A and these the approval of the regional plan. If we have somebody who is knowledgeable and understanding of those rules, then I think that would be okay. I think it could be yeah, as Councilor Cohen pointed out, it could be tricky if we've got somebody who doesn't understand the laws, because there's so many changes. In the past, the Act 200 came out in 1988, and that laid out the rules for local and regional planning. And they really didn't change that much until like 2022. And then all of a sudden, the snow globe got shook up. And so there's a lot of changes that are going on. So in the past, it was maybe a little bit easier to kind of follow the things. We kind of have some changing landscapes that make this a little bit more tricky, but certainly it's a complete policy decision at this point.
Okay, first Councilor Gill, then Councilor Cohen.
So when this came up on last meeting, it just gave me pause, right? It's an opportunity to slow down and really think about what we want. I mean, as a council, this is one of our most important jobs, to appoint people to these commissions and to these boards. And, there was a vacant spot, so there's an alternate. So how do we think about, what does that pair look like on this board? And so, planning directors are on these boards. I mean, that's what they are. There's also a lot of people in our town that are experts in this field. So when I was thinking through this in my head, I was like, well, is there an opportunity to put out the application to see who's out there, to see who are other people that we can utilize their expertise with Mike as the planning director and have two positions on that board? Like, what does that dynamic look like? How can they support each other? How can they support us, knowing that the next 5 years are going to be maybe 5 to 10 years? We're going to be like, goal time. So not having someone on, with the application, I think an application is important, right? To garner interest, to look at volunteers, to expand our, knowledge base. But I think it will have to be very tightly written what the qualifications are for this position. And if we get any applications, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like there's one. I know there's, you know, my brother-in-law was interested. There was a couple other folks that were interested. So I think giving people an opportunity to come forth with their interest and having the council and you know, Mike review their applications for expertise and then making a decision based on that data, what we want. You know, we have 2 positions on this really important board. So who do we want? Let's give people an opportunity. Let's have that strategic discussion and give us a little time and space to, you know, to kind of think through that. You know, I think Mike finishing out his term gives us a little bit time to do the application, put the qualifications together, do our due diligence to advertise and socialize and see if people are interested in applying. And then the timeline might be perfect when it comes to June to have some idea of who may or may not be interested in this, because it is a time commitment.
For the record, anyone who doesn't know, your brother-in-law is Anthony Arapino.
Yes, so Anthony Arapino, so he is an attorney in town and he works on land use law. He's very, I mean, I don't know all the technical terms, but he knows all the technical terms. And there was a couple other folks that were interested, but you know, giving them an opportunity to submit an application.
Councillor Cohn, did you have more
The
comments?
question, yeah. So if we decided to choose the planning commission suggestion, the person, we cannot do this tonight because the cover sheet was not prepared accordingly, right?
We didn't hear from him till this afternoon. He told
Yeah,
me, so.
no, I know. I'm not saying that. Why didn't you? I'm just saying that I don't think we can do it in terms of process. I'm just like trying to understand. Yeah.
Councillor Doyle.
Yeah, I think taking time to consider it, or like, you know, makes sense. But I also think like, and Mike, I certainly want to hear from you. Like, I wasn't aware of that history that you just talked about typically it's been the planning director and somebody from the planning commission. And you know, I see real value in that in terms of not just knowledge about planning, but about knowledge about the council's vision and the city plan's vision, and all those things kind of cascade down. And so I think like that expertise is really important. And I do really think that like we should need to open this up to more opportunity for other people. I wonder if it's possible for that to happen through the planning commission, right? To get more people on or newer people on the, whatever. If there's are there vacancies on the planning commission?
There are no vacancies on the planning commission. We have fairly new board, actually. We've gotten a bunch of new people.
Anyway, Mike, I'm wondering if you could speak to like, do you have an opinion on that? Do you feel like if you know, just bringing somebody else who's very knowledgeable about land use planning is the equivalent to having somebody that's on the planning commission serve in that role?
And certainly, I mean, you have two positions, and I'll also go through and say, for me, I have a lot of meetings I go to. I mean, it's nothing to you. You guys have just as many meetings, but you know, I think can get 3. I think I had 80 night meetings, something like that, over the year, 100 night meetings. So it gets to add up. Do I want to keep going to the regional planning commission? No, but it's also just one of those ones you kind of know this is still very important at this junction. So that's why. But if we have people who could take over that role, that takes that off my plate of things I have to take care of. But my concern being, we just have to make sure we've got the right people in those roles to make sure that we continue to advance, whether it's Country Club Road or any of the other projects that we have going, that we've got people in those roles that understand that. And there may be, and there are people in this town who can fill in those roles. And whether we get these in and Aaron's the primary and we have somebody else who's the secondary, or whatever combination, that's your choice. I'm putting myself out there because I think it's important. But if we have people who are qualified, I think then that's fine. I would gladly step down and take another night at home
You mean you wouldn't go anyway, just for fun?
Yeah.
You planning people were like into that?
Yeah, just keep logging into the committee meetings anyways.
Also, just out of curiosity, is if it were someone else besides you, but it seemed important that your voice, even as a non-voting member, were there, is there anything that precludes you from attending those meetings as support?
No, I mean, if there's a specific item, I can be there as a member of the public. Public is allowed to be there and participate in those as well. So just knowing it's being able to pay attention and knowing what's coming up on those agendas.
Manager Curry, do you have something?
I just would say I can appreciate Mike's desire to have some more time to himself, but I'll also say it's a lot easier for Mike to support Mike than for Mike. It will be additional capacity for Mike to support people on this board as well, to sort of help edify them to the work and the city's positions on things.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, so I'm swaying back and forth here. I love the idea of freeing up our planning director to do more of the other stuff he's doing in those field meetings. If that is going to be the case, that he's spending a lot of time supporting a new person, then it might be a wash. But I think if we have somebody coming from the planning commission or in some other way that they're kind of coming through the city, I really appreciate that approach to it, because whoever it is representing the city and the city's interests, and not their own, not their neighbors, but the city and the city plan and all that. So I want to make sure that, not to say that someone, just a general person from the public, couldn't do that, but I want to make sure that that's really clear part of the process. So coming through the planning commission sounds like a great move. We have 2 people that come through the planning commission.
Aaron asked that on Monday and didn't get anybody, and he volunteered himself.
It does seem to me that having an alternate in any case is a good idea, which we currently don't have. So just a process question here, because I'm not hearing a real avenue for a change at this time, right? But I am hearing a desire to open up to the community the opportunity for application so we can see who is out there, knowing that it may lead us to someone else, it may lead us right back to Mr. Miller, and there are any number of things, but asking the question seems desirable to at least parts of the council. Councilor Alfano.
Well, as I understand it, the term ends June 30th.
Yeah.
You're out of order again, Steve, please.
It will end this June 30th. Manager Curry looked at the bylaws, the way the bylaws are written by the RPC. My term just rolled over until I'm rescinded, or then it's there. But I would appreciate, if we're going to reappoint, that I be reappointed so it's clearly on the record. But
that clarity does seem to be important.
Clarity is kind in that one.
Manager Curry, do you have any suggestions for, so the question is, if there's a desire to begin an application process, does that need to be decided on by council, or is that something simply that you can do?
I think what I would do is we would draft it. It doesn't need to be an official vote by you all, but we could bring it back as a work session discussion item to get your input before we.
Are there any objections to this type of approach? John, check me if I'm not doing this right. If members of the public have other information or supporting documents that they would like to submit to us through email to guide our process, we would of course welcome that kind of thing. Oh, Councilor Sheridan, thank you.
Just to give you a little bit of different perspective, having been a selectman in a town of less than 1,000, and there's a lot of small towns that are part of this. You're really looking for anyone that wants the job. Otherwise, selectmen have to take it. And so there's not a lot of expertise from those small towns. And yet, they can learn like anybody else, but really, and and when I was on, we were hoping somebody would come forward, because in a small town, you just don't get that. And we just didn't, we were, as selectmen, we didn't want to take on, most of us were on everything anyway. So you don't get a lot of expertise from a lot of the small towns.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. I'm still, Councilor Khan.
So I will just ask another question. So I think, to me, it is important as a council, we should make a decision if we wanna, like, what kind of policy we wanna move forward with. So if we think that planning commission people will be a better fit, then I don't wanna start the application process, because, oh, just let's see the interest, but we will waste people's time. So if we are okay, yes, we want to appoint someone based on the interest plus expertise, then let's do that. So it is very important to me to make a decision, maybe not tonight, but to make a decision about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there a path forward? I think it was one of your options whereby we confirm the existing, we just maintain the status quo until the end of June and use the time between now and then to work to think through what the ramifications of either opening an application process or not doing it, but it would buy us the time to do that. We would also still have a freshly reappointed person in there. Is that a path forward that seems logical?
Yeah, and
Councilor
also, can Aaron be an alternate since he volunteered? So then we will have two people until, like, if you want to change the policy.
Unless there's some process issue that
Yeah.
if it wasn't on the cover sheet, we cannot, then is there such a thing?
I would be concerned about that.
Okay.
It just lacks
Then,
some clarity.
It seems like the prudent thing for us to do at this time is to postpone this decision until the next meeting. Am I, Councilor Gill, you think not?
I mean, I think what Mike is asking for clarity is to reappoint him tonight.
Yeah.
Because, to be very clear about that, and then till June 30th of 2026, and then we could think about, I think that's clear in my head. That's like one thing over here to the side.
Okay.
Second thing is, I think up for discussion is, do we want to open up an application? What does the application say? Specific for roles and responsibilities, qualification. What Palin said was, one of the requirements could be on the planning commission. That's a policy decision. So what does that application look like? And is there a requirement to be on the planning commission? Or is it to be on the planning commission, or do you meet all this criteria? Right?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
And also, I would say, like, do you have, these, this skill set, but also
Yeah.
a commitment to upholding the goals of the city that have been identified in the city plan and articulated by the council.
Look, I think an application that is very clear and articulate, that matches like strategic planning, commitment to the city. Are you a planning commissioner? If not, I think that would be very clear. And, that could be brought back to the council to look at. I mean, I guess we can look at it and approve it. And then once it's approved, we can advertise. And I think that would be like an official path for anyone who wants to apply, like they officially apply to that position. And then we appoint them.
Is there am I sensing a motion forming? Maybe not yet. Some more clarifying conversation then. Councilor Alfano.
Well, I will move that we direct the city manager and staff to prepare an application that for this position that would include qualifications and responsibilities that we can review. What, at the next meeting? Can you do that? 2 meetings?
That would be tricky because I am going home to
What is it,
Colorado
March
for a
or
few days. So, packets would need to be due.
Second meeting in April or?
Sure.
Okay.
Is it necessary to name a deadline, or can we just say at a subsequent meeting?
Well, if we want to make, if we want to have the application out there, by the end of the term, I think we need to get it reasonably soon. So by the second meeting in April.
Got it. Thank you. Is there a second for this motion? I'll restate it. The motion is to direct the city manager and staff to prepare an application for this position, including qualifications and responsibilities, to review at the second meeting in April.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this narrow motion? Councilor Doyle?
Well, I kind of understand. I want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
Like I get it, like the application, but is that for the alternate position? I mean, like I'm assuming we might take a vote tonight to appoint Mike through June. And then is this application for both positions, for the alternate position?
Well, I would think the application would cover both positions. I mean, it's just a question of whether we need an alternate or a primary at the time we're.
I think in any case, the suggestion is that an appointment resulting from that application would not occur until later. That's not some immediate urgent thing. Is there a second?
Jim second.
Oh, Jim seconded. Thank you. Is there any further discussion about this?
I have one thing to ask.
Yes, sir.
Should we include the advertisement to be for the transportation thing at the same time, or are we going to do that separately?
It's a good question. Manager Curry.
I think you can direct me to do them at the same time, but they will be 2 different forms.
Yeah, that's understandable, but I'm just thinking, we have nobody in it if Donna's gonna, so why don't we get both of these going together? I mean, they don't have to be the same form, obviously, but.
Okay, so either
So
John.
I would move an amendment to Sal's motion that we include the other positions, but with their own cover sheet.
All right, help me out here. I think that amendment request is directed at Sal. Is that correct?
Yes.
No.
We have to vote on the amendment?
Yeah.
Get a second for an amendment.
Okay. Do I have a second for that amendment?
Second.
Okay, is there discussion about the amendment? It's so fun. I'm having a great time. Okay.
Doing great.
Then thank you. Then in that case, we are voting on an amendment to the motion. The amendment is to add the CVRPC TAC position into the application to be prepared by staff.
Which is very different than what you said.
Is it?
Now on the motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. Is that-
I mean, you want me to repeat back?
Yeah, sorry, scratch what I said. John, please repeat back the amendment.
The other positions, but with their own cover. So if you, just as a point of information, if no one objects, you can in fact read back a completely different motion, and that's the one that gets voted on.
Oh, I see.
But short of that, then you are then changing the words of the motion and what the fairly.
I see. Okay, so less is more. Say it one more time for us, please.
Okay, to amend the motion to include the other positions, but with their own cover.
Can I just clarify? I believe with that, the intent of that motion, Jim, is that we're putting out an application for the planning commission position that is, either the vacant or the primary. And at the same time, we're directing the city manager to also develop for this separate position. So there'll be 2 kind of applications, but the process for the creation of them would.
I can read what I would think the entire motion would be amended. Please do. Yeah. With the move that we direct the city manager and staff to prepare an application for this position that would include qualifications and responsibilities that we can review at the second meeting in April and include the other positions, but with their own public speakers. So, yeah.
Yes. I
mean, it's more than a cover sheet. It's different qualifications and different responsibilities, right? So we're creating application, separate application for the.
And I would further refine to say, I'm just creating 2 application forms.
I'm just saying, Sal, that we do the 2 advertisements together.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. I just think the way we stated it with it. We have, is the motion clear to everybody that it's 2 separate applications?
If
They withdraw and start over.
yeah, I mean, if we it sounds like Councilor Sheridan, if we just withdraw the amendment, we could vote on the first thing, make a second clean motion for the other thing. Is that what you're suggesting, Manager Curry? Or just you're suggesting we withdraw the motion altogether, start again?
Let's do that.
Start again.
The whole thing.
Okay.
So that's gonna be the quickest way to do that. No. All right, well, here, I just put matter here. Yes, Sal.
So what about that?
Prepare an application. For each of the 3 positions. CRPC and CRPC PAC. That would include qualifications. And presented for review at the second meeting.
Okay, so point of order, but before making the new motion, we have to first vote on the old one and say no, and then we can make a new motion. Is that correct, John?
And then we can amend it by unanimous consent. Well, okay. So there's a lot of ways to do this. You can, I mean, Jim could withdraw his motion and then you could move to amend. Or if there is such a thing as a friendly amendment, you could just amend it without objection by unanimous consent. So the smart thing to do is probably to pull back the amendment that was made, then just make the changes you made that could be then accepted by unanimous consent.
I realize this seems tedious, but I do feel like in an effort of tightening up our process, I feel like this is a good. No, this is good. We're building muscles and we need these muscles.
So by
this is
pull
good.
back, is that a technical term? I mean, Jim has to withdraw.
Jim to withdraw, and then the amendments you just made to be accepted by you.
I'll withdraw my amendment. And
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan.
and we're making this harder than we have to.
We are, but it's good exercise for us to just get better as a council, I think. So thank you for your patience.
So do separate motions, one for each one.
Does it second? The easiest thing to do would be for the chair to announce that it was amended it said by unanimous consent. Then you got it.
Okay,
that's the one that does the quickest. Otherwise, you can pull it back and drop that motion and restate the motion from scratch.
Jim already.
Or another motion.
All right, I think Councilor Alfano's got it. So without objection, we're, whatever the words are, going back to making the motion again. Right? What are the right words for this?
Without objection, you're going to amend the motion.
Okay, without objection, we're going to amend the motion. Councilor Alfano, would you care to restate?
Okay, move that we direct the city manager and staff to prepare an application for each of the 2 positions for CDRPC and CDRPC PAC that will be qualifications and this possibility that we can review at the second meeting.
That is the motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Doyle seconds.
It was actually already set.
It was okay, fine. Is there any further discussion about this? Great.
It's time to get that right.
Yeah, well, it does seem important. So all in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
There's always several ways to do things.
Yeah.
So the trick is sometimes seeing through and finding out which way is the shortest distance between 2 points. There was about 50 ways. I think that's right.
Well, we're going to use these new muscles because I think we're still in agenda item number 12, which is what to do for the immediate case.
I move that we reappoint Mike Miller, to the representative on the Regional Planning Commission until the end of the term, which is June 31st.
June 30th.
June 30th, excuse
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second. Is there any discussion? The motion before us is to reappoint Mike Miller for the remainder of this term until June 30th. No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And no abstentions. Passes unanimously. We do have one more piece here, which is what to do about CBRPC TAC. We currently have no candidates for this, correct? Okay. So, well, we have an application that's about to be started. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience on that. It is now 10:01. Yes, sir.
That I'm closer to a hobbyist on this stuff, but Sarah, my deputy, is like seriously trained parliamentarian, and she's gonna love it when I tell her about it. She's gonna be like,
Great, great. In the interest of continuous improvement, I feel like this is terrific. And now it's 10 o'clock, so we're going to move on to item number 13. We do have people waiting for this.
Yeah, we have all the staff presentation, and then your attorney will join you for 15.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you. I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, we have staff joining on the next item, and then your attorney will join you from 15 to 18.
Great. All right. So the next item is parks designations. I believe there are 4 properties that the city has taken possession of, and I would now recognize Mr. Ellsworth, the Parks Director. Director Ellsworth.
Hello. Yes, thanks for having me.
Thank you for waiting this long.
Oh yeah, it was my pleasure. Alec Ellsworth, the Parks Director, and yeah, here tonight to try to I can keep it as simple as possible for you. I included what I think was needed to make the decision in the council packet. I'm prepared and willing to give a very short presentation if you feel like it's a benefit to the council or public, but I would also be perfectly happy to entertain questions and or, if you all feel comfortable moving forward. I think the one thing I wanted to bring forward was, there was a question asked at the last council meeting when we sort of teased this coming forward, and the question was, does the Parks Department have the capacity to maintain these 4 new parks? And I think, in a word, no, we don't. I don't think there's a city department that is looking for more things to take on at the moment. But the alternative to that is not delegating anyone to take care of these spaces. And so I do feel like that delegation needs to happen. This isn't a situation where we're saying, here's some properties, we'd really like to make them parks. Do we have permission to buy them, and can we add them as parks? These are properties the city already owns. We really can't do anything with them. And I'd rather be in a proactive position of trying to plan for them and maintain them than a reactive position of, trying to deal with the problem area. So that's the one bit I wanted to follow up about. And then, we'll proceed at your pleasure with either a short presentation or answering questions.
Let's go straight to questions. I want to respect your work, Director Ellsworth. If you've done a lot of preparation, I don't want to waste your time and have you waste that work. Also, if you think that it can be accomplished with questions, I'll take your recommendation on whether to take a presentation or. Alec, what do you think?
I don't need a presentation.
Okay, all right then. Let's go, Councilor Sheridan. You have your hand raised.
Yes, Alec, I got a question for you. I know that you kind of had some plans drawn up for the one on Elm Street. And obviously we have plans for the one with 2 rivers. I'm wondering about the other 2 that are on State Street. Are those properties that we can sell?
No, we are not allowed to sell buyout properties.
Oh, okay.
possession of them. Yeah.
I didn't know if a neighbor might want to buy one that just give themselves more land.
No, but I think that's that's effectively what they are. I think what we'll do is reach out to those neighbors and say, we don't have a lot of capacity to do much with this land, but what would you like to see done with it? And I think in my best case scenario, we would actually get those neighbors to take care of those properties. As sort of they are going to be public properties. I think we need to respect that, but they'll be de facto sort of like extensions of those people's yards, which is wonderful. I think that will be great for those people. And there are certain things they can and can't use them for, so they couldn't put up any structure, but maybe they could have a garden. And so we could work with them on those details. At this point, the cemetery has offered to basically just mow those areas, which is wonderful. And thank you to the cemetery for that. It's right down the street where they already do a lot of mowing, so that makes sense. But yeah, I think they'll basically be de facto like yard extensions for those properties.
Okay, well, thank you for answering the question.
And the cemetery has offered to take care of both of those Lower State Street properties?
Correct.
Is that correct? Great. Is there any other clarifying questions around this topic? Is there a motion?
Well, I mean, too. I mean.
Like now it is whose turn?
Look at somebody else.
Actually, I'm gonna, I would like to, one of these is 5 Home Farm Way, which my organization, will, be monitoring the historic preservation easement on behalf of the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. And so I think probably, and just I've been really involved in that project. I think it's probably just cleaner if we could vote separately on the 3 other parks, and I would take part in that vote, but recuse myself from a vote on 5 Home Farm.
That's Manager Curry.
I might just suggest you vote on all 4 separately, because into the future, you never know how different parcels need to get dealt with, and then they won't all be wrapped up.
We could unwind them one at a time if we needed to. Okay. So is there, the properties are, can someone just list off what the addresses are?
A whack. I mean,
Okay.
We're gonna do them one at a time.
Councilor Alfano.
I will move that we declare a new city park at a property located at 127 Elm Street.
Any discussion? No discussion. 127 Elm Street, to be declared a park by this motion. Yes?
Just want to acknowledge Katie, whose house that was.
Katie Swick.
Yeah, who's I think really dreamed for it to be a park.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a terrible situation that happened to these folks, and I just really feel for them. And Katie, I know this will be the best outcome given the situation. Just want to acknowledge her.
Great, thank you for that. Any other discussion? All in favor of declaring 127 Elm Street park, say aye.
Aye.
I'll second it. I didn't think we had a second.
Oh, did we not?
Carrie,
Carrie
seconded.
seconded, but
You gotta speak louder, Carrie.
Sorry.
okay, yep. So once again, I'll call that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? 127 passes.
I will move that we declare a new city park located at 189 State Street.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple seconds. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of declaring 189 State Street City Park, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Councilor Alfano.
I will move that we declare a new city park at 197 State Street.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passes unanimously. We're now on to 5 Home Farm Way. Councilor Doyle's recusing himself. Okay.
I will move that we declare a new city park at 5 Home Farm Way.
Any second? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? And one recused. I suppose technically we have to do that as a roll call. Councilor Sheridan
Aye.
recused himself. It was okay. All right, okay, thank you. A recusal is not a vote. All right, got it. We're good. It passes. Thank you.
And I do have one question for you about Home Farm Way, if you'll permit me 1 minute.
Yes, please.
Which is that we're working with a program through the National Park Service called the Recreational Trails and Conservation Assistance Program, which is a mouthful. But they have provided some really nice plans for us for 127 Elm, which I included in the packet. And we're hoping to work with them on 5 Home Farm Way. And so we're at the point of collecting, some preliminary public input. The Parks Commission will run a more robust session of public input about how we make that a high quality park. But we're at the preliminary phase, working with stakeholders, and council is a obviously important stakeholder. So I'm curious, and you can send me a note after the meeting, or if people have anything they want to share. Now, if you see a hole in our park system that you would like, that you see potentially being filled with that property, certain things have been discussed, whether it's that I've heard dog park, campground, things that may or may not be permitted that would have to be explored. But if you have ideas, I would welcome them, and that would be helpful for the process we're going through with RTCA.
Great. Councilor Alfano?
I would just like to add that I really appreciated the complete package, Alec. Not only did you present the concept, but you anticipated the questions and provided all the answers in advance. Made it kind of an easy decision. So thank you for that.
Well, yeah, I'll just lob that right to your new manager, who gave me all the questions to answer. So she made it easy for all of us. So thank you.
Great. Well done, everyone. Director Ellsworth, thank you for staying up so late and staying available to us. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Great. All right. Thanks, everyone. We're going to move on to the next block of the 15 through 18. These are allegations of open meeting law violations. Do we have counsel available to us?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, our attorney on these matters, Mike Tarrant, has also stayed up late to join us in, in this process. I can let him, this might be my first one, so it will be best to walk you all.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
How's everyone doing?
Okay.
We're hanging in, Mike.
All right.
Great. I think it makes the most sense to go through them one by one. And Mr. Mayor, if you just would tee up each one, read the complaint, and then propose a motion be made by a counselor, and solicit a motion in response to the complaint. With a second, there can then be discussion, and then there can be a vote on how to move forward. Just a quick reminder, these open meeting law violation allegations require a response within 10 days. And so that's what we're doing here today. And it's either an admittal that we did it incorrectly or a denial. If we admit, then we have 14 days to cure. If we deny, then that's the end of our involvement for the time being.
Okay. Before we go into this, are there any questions from council about the process and what we're doing here?
Well, I guess I'm curious if we're not gonna be receiving advice from our legal counsel on these allegations in executive session before coming back and making motions on them. I think I would want to have legal counsel before making a motion to approve or deny.
Okay. Seems reasonable. Do we need to do this as a 2-part or 1-part?
Yes, this is one of the 2-part motions. So if Councilor Doyle wanted to make a motion to go into executive session to receive attorney-client advice, the first motion would have to be that premature public knowledge of the discussion with the attorney would substantially disadvantage the city. If the council agrees with that after a second discussion and a vote, then the second motion would be to go into executive session for that purpose.
I might just ask a follow-up. Mike, do you feel like we need to go into executive session? Can we discuss the legal, would you advise that we could just discuss the legal strategy in open forum or?
Anytime you discuss legal advice and you do it out in public, it puts the advice outside of the purview of privilege, and it's never a good idea, in my opinion. If you want to do an executive session to review the four briefly, if you have questions on them, we could do that, or you could go forward with them, and then if a question comes up based on them, we could go into executive session at that time.
And we do that? Do you guys prefer to do that?
I think we should just go into executive session. I mean, we've had lawsuits following these decisions, so we might as well.
Okay, so we first need a
privilege
of finding.
counsel.
I move that, with that? Thank you.
First line and second line.
I'll go look down.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge will clearly place the city at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing confidential attorney-client communications made for the purposes of providing professional legal services to the body. 1 BSA section 313A1.
Second. Okay, do we have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Jim, did you say aye?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay, so it is unanimous. Do we have a motion to enter executive session based on this finding?
We need a link.
I move that we enter into executive session to discuss the I move that we enter into executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body.
Second.
Do we need to say the statute? Cite the statute?
Sorry. Maybe I'll just say the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
I move that we enter into executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body. 1 VSA section 313A1.
Second.
Oh.
And that we invite our legal counsel. And our city manager.
And you need to amend that to say A1F.
A1F.
F is specifically the attorney-client privilege.
Is it appropriately amended?
Yes.
Do you want me to read it again?
I think it was essentially a verbal typo.
Shall I restate before we vote? No.
You might want to read it back. Or you could let Mark read it.
It's okay. Go ahead. Councilor Doyle.
I move that we enter into executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body. 1 BSA section 313F1. Inviting the city manager and our legal counsel.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I believe Councilor Sheridan also said aye. So all opposed? Unanimously, it passes. We're about to enter into executive session. We will keep our conversation narrow to the topic discussed, and we will exit as quickly as possible.
I need a link.
Check your email. It just arrived.
Okay.
All right, I think I got it from Evelyn, so I'll see you guys on there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tarrant. executive session.
I move we exit executive session.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We're now back in open session. Okay, we're waiting for Councilor Alfano to rejoin Zoom. I'm getting my ducks in a row. All right, we are on agenda item 15, an allegation of an open meeting law violation number 1. It is for improper executive session attendance, alleging that a legal intern was not named but attended the executive session. Do we have a motion to acknowledge or deny?
I move that we deny this claim of an open meeting law violation.
By way of discussion, we'll open it up, but first I'd like to just sort of summarize. There is in 1 VSA section 313 paragraph B, says attendance in executive session shall be limited to the members of the public body and in the discretion of the public body, its staff, clerical assistants, and legal counsel, and persons who are subject of the discussion or whose information is needed. There is no violation here because the council in its discretion may invite who it wishes. Additionally, legal counsel may consist of more than one person giving advice or persons in the employ of our legal counsel. So based on this, is there any further discussion of this item? Mike Tarrant, do you have anything further to add to my summary?
No, that's good. The limits on executive session are set out in 313A, and those just require the 2/3 majority vote to enter, requires one of the enumerated purposes, and it provides that no binding action can be taken and no minutes need be taken. And the discretion of who comes in to executive session is up to the council. It's not required to be depicted or listed, and there's no minutes to be taken, so there's no requirement there. So that's correct. I'll just note there was no second on the motion, so I think there just needed to be a second, and then
Councilor Brown seconded the motion.
Oh, okay. It didn't come through on the audio, so I couldn't hear it.
Everyone in the room, please speak up and speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of folks on Zoom. Thank you very much. We'll now take a vote. Do we need to do this by roll call? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. Council denies this allegation. So we are now on to item number 16. An allegation of an open meeting law violation number 2, deliberative action. The complaint alleges that there was, hold on. The use of it alleges that there's improper use of executive session for deliberative legislative activities that fall outside of the authorized statutory purposes for executive session. Essentially alleging that there was a straw poll that was taken within executive session, which there was, but this is not prohibited. No binding legal action was taken. I'm sorry, I should be doing this during discussion. Is there a motion to acknowledge or to deny this allegation or this complaint?
I move that we deny this open meeting law violation.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Brown. All right, as way of picking back up the discussion. Yes, Councilor Doyle?
Just we wouldn't discuss what happened in executive session, just that like that didn't happen, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Well, okay. In any case, Mike Tarrant, can you help me out here?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sure. The only restrictions, as I mentioned previously, are that you have the 2/3 majority. It's cabined to the one of the enumerated purposes that you were in there for, and that no binding action be taken. And in this case, how you talk about anything, the methods you use, the manner in which you do it is not governed by the executive session law. There's no restrictions on it whatsoever. It's just restricted to the topic. And since that is not being alleged here, there is no violation.
Okay, so the only restrictions under executive section exception to open meetings is that you're limited to discussing that which you're authorized the executive session for, which is what was discussed, and no formal binding action was taken. All in favor of denying this complaint, say aye.
Aye.
Speak up a little, please, Mr. Sheridan.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Unanimously, the council denies this complaint. Moving on to agenda item number 17, allegation of open meeting law violation. This one is regarding what happened on October 8th. The complaint states that oh, thanks. That there was no attorney present. Do we have a motion to deny or acknowledge this complaint?
I move we deny this open meeting law violation allegation.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. By way of discussion, the city never asserted attorney-client privilege regarding this meeting on October 8th, but it did not need to. It went into executive session under a two-part motion to discuss contracts. All in favor of denying this open meeting law violation complaint, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Unanimously, the city denies this open meeting law violation complaint. Finally, item number 18, an allegation of open meeting law violation number 4, the warning.
Mr. Mayor, I think there was another one as part of number 3. I think there were 2 in that one.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so there were. So we'll back up just by way of comment. The motion has been made, seconded, and carried, but by way of clarification, it also includes that Stephanie Clark, the vice president of White and Burke, should not have attended. There is nothing prohibiting that person from attending. She is a person who is the subject of the discussion and whose information was needed. And there was also complaint that the contract was approved immediately upon return from executive session. But that approval was made in open meeting. Councilor Gill, comment? No, okay. All right, so moving on to 18. Mike Tarrant, do we need separately to deny each of the separate allegations within the complaint, or is denying the complaint in one stroke sufficient?
As long as the motion covers both or all any respective allegations, that would be fine. I wasn't entirely sure the motion for the third one did cover that initial or that last thing that you just added. It may be wise just to have that motion to clarify that.
Okay.
Well, I will move to deny the second allegation of the
Alleged open
meeting violation number 3, having to do with the presence of Stephanie Clark in the meeting.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Unanimously passes. Now on to agenda item number 18. The allegation of open meeting law violation number 4, about the warning. The complaint states that the proposed executive session cited 1A and 1F and did not reference 1E. Do we have a motion to deny or acknowledge this complaint?
I will move to deny complaint number 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been motioned and seconded. By way of discussion, the city was not required to warn all citations of the statute when it warned the proposed executive session. All in favor of denying this complaint, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Unanimously, council denies this complaint as well. Thank you all very much for your time and patience on this. John, check me here, but if there is no objection, the tax stabilization update item does not have any urgency to it. I would like for us to push that item off to a future meeting. Is there any reason we cannot do that?
There isn't, you can not do that.
What is the proper language for that? It's not tabling, that would be today, postponed. Okay, so without objection, we will postpone agenda item number 19, tax stabilization policy update, until a future meeting. Seeing no objection, unanimously approved. We will now move to other business. This is where we will take public comment from anyone in the room or on Zoom who wishes to make comment. Is there anyone in the room?
I'm going to take off. And
Mr. Tarrant, thank you so much for staying with us and staying up so late. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Totally forgot that he was waiting on us. All right, on to other business. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, we're moving on to item 21, city council reports.
No report?
Thank you, Councilor Doyle.
I just want to commend our new mayor for, it's like a steep learning curve. And I really appreciate your hard work to work with all of us. And I feel like tonight's council meeting, there were a lot of things that we needed to dial in, but I really appreciate this group's willingness to do that and really try hard to get it all right. So anyway, kudos to you and Kelly.
Thank you. I'd echo that. Councilor Alfano.
Just want to say that we had our first interview with our Country Club Road developer, Chinberg. What was it, yesterday, I believe? Seems like a long time ago. And it's the video is available. Actually, Stan Brinkerhoff produced a transcript, which is very handy. So appreciate that. Stan didn't know he was doing that, but very useful. And I just encourage residents who are interested to review it. Great. We have another one Friday, I believe, and then 2 next week.
Thank you for your work on that. I know that's exhausting. Councilor Brown.
No
report. Councilor Gill.
I just have a couple things. I know it's late, so I'm going to keep this very short because my brain's short circuits after 9. So just wanted to let everyone know on March 22nd, I sent the council an email about putting together a small group to fulfill our promise for the manager to look at onboarding and performance measures as part of her contract. And so I did hear back from Palin and Mark, and open to anyone, that's just who responded to my email, for us to work together to look at an onboarding program, which I think is absolutely critical, to put something together in writing, to look at Kelly's contract, which was in the contract. We talked about performance measures as it tied to her 1-year anniversary we have to look at the exact language. But my proposal is that we work together, come up with a plan, work with Kelly, come back to council. We all discuss it, work with it, but have something in place by May so that we really look at our 3, 6, 9, 12 months, especially for onboarding, because a successful onboarding is directly correlated to, you know, the happiness in your job, the tenure of your job. And so we want to make sure Kelly is very, very happy here and that you love your job and you're onboarded successfully and you have everything that you need, because that is our job to support you. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was okay with that.
Thank you for your leadership on that.
Everyone's good. Okay. 2 other related things for just the town. Saturday is prom. So I hope everyone comes out to prom because it does support our schools. 21 and up. What?
Adult prom.
Adult prom, 21 and up. But it is one of the most fun events in Montpelier. You can come with a jeans and t-shirt. It doesn't matter to the spectrum. You can come with a full prom dress, but it is by donation to support our schools. So I encourage everyone to come. And if you can't come, you can donate money, but it's open to everyone. There's a DJ, there's 2 bars, and it's so fun. And the second one, I just want to let everyone know, economic development. We have a really great team working on 2026 Mudfest. So that is going to happen April 25th to 26th. The Muddy Onion outdoor, oh my God, I'm so tired. Onion River Outdoors sponsors that. We'll have the Gear Maker Festival, which was really great last year, except it rained, but it was a really big turnout. And then on Sunday, we'll have the Mucker, which is a mud run at Harbor Park, a 5K. And there's a kid run on that Sunday, which is being sponsored by Community Fitness. This is not the best time of night for me. Green Mountain Community Fitness. So really fun things we're trying to do to bridge this in between time in Montpelier, because it's mud season and everything is very slow in town. So 2 big things to look forward to. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gill. Councilor Sheridan.
Pass.
All right, nothing to report. So that is it for council reports. City Clerk's report, Mr. Odom.
Yeah, just a reminder about the Board of Abatement meeting next Tuesday. We did just lose another Justice of the Peace, so that's 2 that have resigned this year. And they are 2 of our most reliable participants. So I am worried about, as always, I'm worried about a quorum. And I just remind you all that for Board of Abatement, having a majority of the council there is the big part of the shortcut to a smaller quorum. No.
Speak up for the folks on Zoom, please.
With the Board of Abatement, there's either a regular quorum, or if the majority of the legislative body is there along with the assessor and the treasurer, then that's like the mini quorum. And that works. So, but it means I don't have to have the majority of you guys there to make that version happen.
Okay. Mayor Curry.
I'm not the manager.
A manager Curry.
Nice try. Nice try.
Oh, you missed it by that much.
All the things. Sorry.
All right.
Sorry, I will be very quick because I know that we are all ready to go home. I do think it's important though, and I think it's something that I would like to just continually add to the record, because you all have discussed the number of public records requests that we receive. And I think it's important that the public continue to know the number of public records requests that we receive. And so I have a list here from March 1st, and I am going to speed read through them. A Home Far Away slide deck, the last 6 months of our attorney's invoices, PCR water and sewer engineering, a supplemental clarification on Country Club Road water and sewer design basis, how we've spent $500,000 in FEMA funds, CCR subcommittee videos, LiDAR data sets and tools, an urgent needs certification for a CDBG application, a Zoom video of the CCR subcommittee and the memos shared, more requests on FEMA expenditures, CCR subcommittee shared documents over the last 30 days, The White and Burke ratification and court hearing, all communications between the city manager and mayor. Similarly, between staff and planning regarding our special council meeting, between manager, staff, and council, between any member of the city council and city staff regarding the special council meeting, ACCD and DHCD communications over the last 45 days, questions and answers posed to and from the Country Club Road developers, the CCR subcommittee video, all planning commission and other comments on the CCR proposals sent to Aaron, CCR subcommittee video, Turtle Island communications, and any records related to O'Brien Brothers and Country Club Road. Those are 21 record requests as well, who our HR director and our communications director are replying to. And I would note they are doing this work at not administrative assistant rate.
This is from March 1st.
From March 1st. So it's quite extensive. And I know we are going to continue to help try and reform some of these laws to make them more workable while also being dedicated to transparency in the city. But it's quite a lot. And it is pushing off work such as trying to get to second rounds of interview on finance directors, trying to post positions for a number of open positions that we want to have filled, getting communications out that you have all requested that go to the public or that you receive. So it's a lot. It is a workload. In addition, on a totally separate note, I wanted to bring something to your attention because there is a historic preservation grant opportunity that the deadline is April 2nd. It is a small pot of funding that the state was not able to fully extend, and so they opened up a very narrow window for this. And I'm bringing this to you because we will need the mayor's signature on some of these. They support work that we are doing at, at Home Farm Way. There needs to be an archaeological study done down there as part of our project, and we had not identified funds for it. There is I'm going to get this wrong. There is a presentation that our Historic Preservation Commission wants to participate in. That is a small sum of money. And there's a third one that I'm forgetting, but when I find it, I'll send it all to you. And I just want to bring that to your attention.
Certified local government. It's CLG. Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, we get it all the time. It's good.
So it's a small pot of money and it helps close some gaps in some things, some of our priorities. And then I think I will note, we you all executed a permit for a 2,000 to 10,000 person rally this weekend. So we are prepared, to provide all the support related to the street closures and public safety, et cetera. And we'll be, supporting that event throughout Saturday. And I'm going to be kind of hanging out with our public safety staff to see what they do to manage these fires. Understand my role as your emergency management director and more clear. So that's probably good for tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to our final agenda. I think is the final one. Oh, look, it's the mayor's report.
Two more things.
Oh, you do?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were done.
We restarted the DPW news, which I think is great because it's going to be a great conduit for information about forthcoming construction projects as we enter construction season. I did want to have a check-in with you all because as we're moving further on this Country Club Road project, there's a lot of appetite for understanding the CHIP program. And so as staff, we're wondering, do you want a full training on that? Would you like us to take the full training and bring you back the relevant points that you need to know for the project? That will inform kind of how we do some work planning. This is a good thing to ask everybody at 11:30 at night.
Well, I will say, I think I'm pretty sure that the league has special funding in order to provide that kind of training. So it might be great to get somebody from, and certainly staff could do it, but like the league.
Well, you all tell me, because the league may be more intensive than what we might refine for you all, and we're happy to accommodate. We're happy to pay for trainings that they offer online, the webinars that they're offering right now as
They are offering a cheap training for free, 2 hours. So I just register if anyone wanna do that. I don't remember the time. Yeah, but it is like 2 hours free. Yeah. So
So
we
do you
don't have
want
to
2
pay.
hours on your own time, 2 hours of this shared time together, or a smaller subset of the relevant info?
I would encourage anyone who wants more to do it on our own time and to let our shared time be used for a smaller digestible chunk.
That sounds right.
That's my suggestion.
Perfect, great, thank you. That's it. Sorry to put into your time.
That's okay. It's all our time. So I don't have a whole lot to report. It's after 11, so I'm going to keep it brief. I was stoked at the end of the last meeting. I was stoked at the beginning of this meeting. I continue to be excited. I think it was really great that we spent a little time refining our process, tightening up, building some muscles. We are getting better. Both with the support and urging of members of the public, we're also increasing our awareness of how our transparency is actually perceived and experienced by the public, which is just as important as how closely we follow the letter of the law. And so I continue to be excited, and see you all in 2 weeks. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.